please, if there's an empty chair in front of you, please, if you can, please kindly fill it up. We are not reserving seats for angels and other unseen men of honor today. So please, can you fill up the chairs in front of you? Thank you. As men of honor, we feel empty chairs in front of us. So please, kindly move forward. This is not pharmacy school. You're now practitioners. No, that's just an overflow. So everybody should be here. So we're commencing with our first session now. Thank you. Because you may need to walk around. So let's put it in front. So it doesn't disturb her. Okay, they're doing a video.
If there is time.
Oh, there'll be time. Nigeria Masterclass series for the year 2022. We have seated in the house our chairman, pharmacist Iyola Balagade, FPSN. You're welcome, sir. We also have past chairman of the Lagos PSN in the house, including Hello, please. Let's pay attention. Okay. So is it still there? It's okay. All right. So I want to recognize all past chairmen of the PSN Lagos State who are here seated. Also recognize all the fellows of the society, all merit award winners of the PSN Lagos. We need to remove the volume. It's echoing. Please. Sorry, sincere apologies. We have it right now. So we're about to kick off with our first session, which is activating the brain power for business and career advancement. And we have our one and only pharmacist, Mrs. Dayo Adetola, in the house, FNIMN, MITD, and a merit award winner of the PSN Lagos. She's Sorry, we have a few issues with audio. It's echoing here, but we are definitely going to sort it out very shortly. Now, she's a seasoned consultant. She started her career in sales and marketing with Brand Monroe, which is currently SKG Pharma, where she was responsible for sales and marketing of the company's range of pharmaceuticals and consumer health products in the southwest of Nigeria. Currently, she also served as head of training Anglophone West Africa for pharmaceutical operations at the firm. As a tutor in GSK, she had several overseas training in Belgium, London, Kenya, and Dubai. And she's a certified health safety and environment trainer, a full member of the Nigeria Institute of Training and Development, NITAD, and a member of the PSN Lagos, of course, with an award, to prove her participation and her service to the profession. Mrs. Dayo Adetola holds a BPharm from University of Ife. What's the call for Ife? What's the call for Ife? I'm not from Ife. Great Ife! So you have supporters in the house today. Okay. Where she finished as the best graduating student in the Department of Pharmaceutics in her set. So you should expect well-formulated lectures this morning. Okay? Please put your hands together as we welcome pharmacist Mrs. Dayo Adetola to start this session. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. You're welcome. Sorry for the technological, issues we have at the beginning. Thank God we are able to sort it out. So this is supposed to be a relaxed section whereby we're going to look at activating our brain power for business and career advancement. Whether you are in academics, you are in community pharmacy setup, or the industrial part. So let's see, how can we use our brain? Just imagine you buying a brand new machine. And then you bought that machine, the one they will call tear rubber. And that machine, you couldn't use more than 20% of the installed capacity. How will it be as a businessman, as a businesswoman? Research has actually been carried out, And it has been found that a lot of people don't make use more than 20% of their brain capacity from the time they were born till they leave the world. So how can we make use of our brain to help us? All right. So let's move on. Now we're going to look at causes of distraction and how can we shut them out. Factors that will help brain health and then development. And of course, the role of brain power in generating business ideas. I'm actually an International Labour Organization trained trainer. That's ILO trained trainer. So that means we train people on how to start businesses, how to generate business ideas, and how to run existing businesses profitably. So that's why I think I'll be able to say something on how one can generate business ideas. Now, you're looking at what we call transformation. If a mind is going to be defeated, it starts from the mind. Courage is from the mind. By the time you see somebody looking so confident, it's from the mind. By the time you're looking at someone, the person looks weather beaten. It's also from the mind, everything. The brain is the center of all human activities. As scientists, we know that. The central nervous system controlling, every other part of the body. Okay. So the brain is what gives us the ability to think, to reason. We are just setting the background for what we want to talk about. To conceive ideas, great inventions, all come from brain power. Now, the power of the human brain is one of the things that has been underestimated, grossly underestimated, especially most of us in the developing world or underdeveloped world. We know definitely our full potentials are not really being utilized. And that's why we have a lot of brain drain here and there. Now, challenging environment has fund to produce. When an environment is so challenging, you discover that people are more resilient. They're able to easily adapt to situations. They are also more creative. We know that's what's happening in Nigeria. No water, we produce our own water. No electricity, we find ways around it. No good road, we look at things to do. No security, we're looking at what to do. Including some using the local intelligence to protect themselves now. Okay, so that's just in a lighter mood. Now, the brain is like the normal muscle of the body. When you don't exercise it, what will happen? It withers up. And that is why some people, after retirement, a few years after retirement, is either they go senile or some may even die. And that is why when you are retired, please don't retire. I remember the case of my father. Don't be tired. I remember the case of my father who died at a tender age of 93 years. The devil has done his worst. The witches, they did their worst. When he was over 90, my father is the type that would not like to, so hyperactive. He wouldn't sit down on the same spot and this and that one. He wants to go, He would like to go to his, there's this family farm we have, Kolanut Farm. He would always, not to go and walk, just to walk there, walk around, look at the laborers and all that. So when my mom was now sending messages to me that, my dad fell down today, fell down tomorrow, I now said, I called him, I said, I don't want to hear that you ever step out of the house again. If you step out, I won't call you again. Life is a circle. There used to be some years ago, when you say that, you sit down there. I don't want to hear pain from your mouth. You'll be crying. But when the table turned, I say, Dad, if I hear you go out of the house, I won't call you again. He said, don't worry. Anything you tell me, I'm going to do it. So he stopped going at 92. He stopped going out, walking to the farm and all that. But I was one of the people responsible for caging him anyway. At 93, the man had to depart the world. I said, maybe if you had allowed him to keep moving around, he can still, no. He may still be able to live longer. No matter how long how old your parent is, you don't want them to die, isn't it? Okay, so that's just talking about the power of the brain in sustaining life. Now, can certain portions of the brain, can they shrink? Can they shrink in size? I don't know whether somebody will attempt that. Yes. When, different parts of the brain control different aspects of life. There's one for motion, there's one for sight, there's one for relationship, the emotional part, relationship part, spiritual part, and all that. So if you are the one that is the academic type, you read, and there is no relationship, just discover that aspect, that part of the brain will not be properly formed. And the neurons, them will just like almost withering away. So, and a lot of people, they don't have balanced life like that. Why some portions are, I'm sure, if they should compare, I want to say the cortex, the frontal part, if you compare that of a Nigerian with that of anybody in other parts of the world, ours will be denser because of what we go through, challenging environment. An experiment was actually carried out in University of Melbourne by one woman called, Miriam Diamond. She's a very popular neuroscientist. Experiment was carried out with rats. You're wondering, rats are not human beings. But it was actually said that the neurons of the rat, if you put them side by side with that of a human being, you will not be able to identify which one is which. They are similar. So they carried out the experiment with rats. The particular one with, environment that is not challenging, environment that is just somehow nothing there. But there are another group with everything, things to play with, ability to run around and all that. So they were making use of different parts of their brain. So after some time, they now cut open the brain. They discover that those ones that challenge, situations that challenge their brain, they have more neuronal connections than the ones that have nothing really, to challenge them. So that is the reason why we should keep on challenging our brain. The more you challenge it, the more you have growth, more neurons being formed. Now, if you deprive your brain of stimulation or you bore your brain all the time, just boring everything, or you feed your brain with something that is not challenging. That's I always tell people, when too much of home video can make somebody's brain to be dull. Because nothing challenging you. By the time they start the storyline, you know what's going to end it. A woman is telling a young man, you can't marry my daughter, because that guy doesn't have money. At the end of the video, the man will be rich and the guy will be miserable. But some people, they watch episode 1, they wait for episode 2, even they go and drop money for the video man. When episode 3 comes out, let me know. Wasting all the brain. Or you are reading, WhatsApp, another one. I'm still going to talk about that. The WhatsApp that we read. This story is very long, but read it. In a certain village, there was a wicked king. They will start writing it. At the end of it, the wicked king will run into trouble. That's the story. And they ask you to read everything. When I see such stories, by the time I scroll like this, so long, I trash it. Because the time I'll spend reading that, if I pick a book on effectiveness and efficiency, I'm going to gain more. It will add more to my brain. Unlike the ones, when you start reading the first line, you know what is going to end it. So when you feed your brain with junk, it doesn't challenge your brain, and your brain cells don't grow. Instead, they wither away. Now, there's one we call brain plasticity. Being plastic. Now, the constant interaction between your brain and the environment combined with your brain's ability to respond to all this anatomical structure we're talking about, neurons being formed, more dendrites, more interconnectivity. You see that the brain you see it almost like getting fresh. No, don't just listen to people that the older you get, then your brain will start going down. It's because you lowered your level of activity. That's the reason why it seems as if at older age, people begin to get senile. No. Now, the more diverse and complicated your interaction and more neuronal connection, brain will make. When you are having connection, you are having challenging things, you are engaging your brain, you just discover that the thing is healthy. Now, we are looking at major distractions now. I just said the background for the things we'd like to talk about. Now, what are the major distractions? How do you shut them out? There are a lot of distractions around us. Most of the distractions we have, they are just internal. There are a lot of distractions outside, but the distraction we face most, they are internal. When it's like you are bored, then you want to go on Instagram. Then the next thing, you want to go on Facebook. And then another thing, you look at it, which dress am I going to wear? Everything is internal. No. Which dress am I going to wear for that party? Let me go on Pinterest. The next, maybe I should go on Instagram. Then you are moving from one app to another, one app to another. So most of the distractions we have around us, they are, internal. They come from the inside. And then we express them on the outside. Multitasking. Do you know it's a distraction? It is. At times they tell you, when you multitask, you save time. I can tell you the brain can only process one information effectively, one at a time. By the time you do 2, 3, 4 together, you discover that your productivity level goes down. The level of the mistakes goes up. I'll give an example. Women will multitask a lot because we have a lot of things to do. Let's say you just, sometimes you're cooking and you are doing other things. Maybe you are cooking a pot of rice and then you now say, okay, while the rice is cooking, let me go and gather, arrange my clothes in the wardrobe. Maybe you just finish washing them. Let me arrange them in the, finish washing, dry them. Let me arrange them in the wardrobe. Then the rice is on fire. Then all of a sudden, you see some flashing on your phone. You want to check. Then you are checking your phone. You are replying to WhatsApp messages. Then the next thing that will create the awareness that you have something on fire when you begin to hear the odor of the burning rice. How many of you can relate with that? By the time you get to the kitchen, you open the pot of rice, it has become a burnt offering. It has become a burnt offering. So what do? You have to throw it away. You have to start all over again. What have you done? You have wasted time. You have wasted money. That is, multitasking at times may not be the best. Look at this. Look at this one. The guy is playing tennis. He's listening to music. He's working on his computer at the same time. He cannot get the maximum of all the things that he's doing, the maximum benefit from all the things that he is doing there. You are more prone to mistake. And of course, I talked about reduced productivity. You are more prone to mistake when you multitask. And of course, it was actually said that in America, because usually we don't have statistics for Nigeria. In America, they're looking at billions of naira due to distraction and all those mistakes of rework. When you make mistakes, it increases your workload. Let's say you have, there are 3 jobs you want to do, okay? In the process of maybe multitasking, distraction, and all that, you were unable to do, you made mistakes in 2, okay? Then you have to do it again. In essence, your workload has increased to 5, no longer 3. Then you lose money. When you lose time, of course, you lose money. Now, lack of planning is another distraction. 2/3 of people don't plan at all. If I should ask you here, how many of you wrote your to-do list today? Things you want to do. I'm sure. How many of you? Maybe you have written it down. Let's in your mind. And then even for the 1/3 that wrote it, 50% of them, they keep recycling what they wrote to do of last week. It's still there. They have not done it. They have not covered everything. Because of what? They didn't devote time for it. They were not serious even with the to-do list. They just wrote to the to-do list to fulfill all righteousness. Maybe they just attended a training program and they told they write to-do list. So they are writing to-do list. Not that they are really going to follow it, just the way they are written it. Then beware of liminal moment. What do I mean by that? The time interval between shifting from one activity to another. That's the liminal moment. That's the time some people waste time. Let's say you've just finished replying some mails And you now say, okay, now I want to read something because I have a presentation to make. In between, now say, let me go to the convenience to ease myself. A lot of people go with their phones. And then while there, what do? They spend another 20, 30 minutes on social media. What are they doing? That's a distraction. Normally, when you leave your job, let's say you're distracted. Research has actually shown that by the time you return, let's say, okay, there's a memo here on your table. And then when you have the memo, you now say, okay, you now leave what you're doing. Then you look at the memo, you read. You just say, by the time you come back to your laptop, where did I stop? Oh, I wanted to write something it will take you almost like another 20 minutes before you start flowing again. So that's the work of distraction. Okay? Then how do you handle your social media? The apps of your phone, try to categorize them. The ones that are important, not so important, not at all important. And one way of even avoiding this distraction, don't belong to any unnecessary WhatsApp group that you know is not adding any value to you. There are some people who anytime, anywhere they saw this link, join it, back on they are there. And they begin to receive all sorts of messages, phone full, everything. Association of Oshodi landlords. You are no longer there, you join. And what are you getting? Anything that is not adding value to you, there's no point in joining it. So if you have apps on your phone, the important ones, maybe, you put them important, you categorize them in folders. Not so important, you can turn off notification. Like on my phone now, Telegram notification, I turn it off, And then there are some WhatsApp groups, I muted them. Messages will come in, but there won't be any notification that the message is coming. So I have to, if I want to check any message there, I'll go deliberately there to check it. There's something that happens. Anytime you see any light flash on your phone, the tendency is you want to reach to it and look at it. So, but when you mute all this notification, it reduces the tendency of you receiving flashes and all that. It helps you save time. There's a cliche, time is what? In fact, thank you. It can be money, but time is not money. Time is life. Time is life. You can compare with money because time is expensive. The reason why I say time is life is, you see, if you lose money, you can get money back. Maybe if your son, your little, maybe grandchild loses money, I say, okay, I'll give it back. But anybody that loses time cannot be get. You can try to make up, but you can't get it back. What's the time now? It's 10:50. Today is 28. Okay? No matter how long you live on planet Earth, you can never witness 10 a.m., 28th of September, 2022. You can't witness it again, no matter how long you live. If you lose it, it's gone. So that's why I say time is life. Now, if you don't kill distractions, distraction will kill your dreams. Distraction, the way you spend your time gives a summary of your life. So if you don't kill distraction, treat it as this one, you can't kill my dreams. There are a lot of people who are, doing hard labors now. Just because of what? They misuse their time. They were distracted in primary school, in secondary school, and all that. Now, when we are trying to work out the factors that can help your brain development, exercise, can't be overemphasized. Because in Nigeria, in our environment here that we are all used to, if you have a car, if anybody, let's say on that particular day, you're not trekking, you're not trekking on the road. Before that person will say, good morning. Oga, where's your car? Where's your car? Before they greet you, good morning. But we are supposed to walk. We are supposed to take 10,000 steps in a day. That's what these smartwatches tell us. 10,000 steps. But how many of us are really taking the 10,000 steps? AC office, your driver is waiting at the door, picks you, get to the office, you take the elevator, sit down the whole day. Secretary is there to attend to all your needs. By the time you get back home, the driver drops you at your doorstep, you enter the house, go and change your clothes, sit down in front of telly, change from one channel to another, The next day, you go out of your house, then the whole circle continues. Then when the woman or the man dies, they will say, it's the second wife of the father that did it. They didn't know the thing has been building up over the years. Okay, so let's go on. All these hormones, endorphin hormone, a neural hormone is being produced when you exercise, serotonin, all these ones that are absent or that are deficient, people that have a depression. Now, what are the factors that take a walk? I gave you an example of my dad. He died a year after we caged him up in the house. I don't go out again. The man died. Balanced diet. Do regular breathing exercises. Breathe in, breathe out. It helps you. Avoid chronic stress. Chronic stress. Stress is good because it helps you. It's also part of brain development. That is when it is not maybe acute stress, occasional stress. But when it's a very chronic one, it raises your cortisol level. Then there will be insulin resistant. Then the blood pressure goes up, and a lot of other things will happen. Okay. Then sleep well. Constantly challenge your brains with new ways of doing things. In fact, neuroscientists say if you are right-handed, occasionally start using your left to brush your teeth. It helps in brain development. Do things the opposite way you used to do it. Those are the things that will produce some challenges that will help your frontal cortex to develop. Okay? When you're retired, never allow your brain to be idle. Go and pick up another thing. Pick up a business you can do. Pick up short courses you can go to so that you reduce the tendency of going senile. Right? Now, prime time. That's the time that you make where your brain is most active. If I should ask some of us, when is your prime time? Somebody? Okay. When I conduct baby researches like this, on the small researches like this, I discovered a lot of people, they always say their brains are usually active very early in the morning when they just wake up. Some can wake up in the night around 4 a.m. to read and all that. They assimilate better. But I've seen a few people, they will say their brain is usually very active between anytime from 11, 12. I said maybe those brains are solar powered. I don't know. So, but what we do, the biological prime time, that is the time, if you want to formulate business ideas, that's the time you should use. You wake up early in the morning, you begin to think, what am I going to do? But what we use our prime time for in this environment? We use it to check WhatsApp messages. By the time you wake up in the morning, which messages have come in? Then you pick it up. Then the time you go to if you are lucky enough maybe to have a personal convenience, personal bathroom, I can tell you when you sit down there, ideas flush through your brain. You begin to think. In my own bathroom, I have a jotter and a pen there. That's when the ideas come out right. In fact, some of the messages I'll preach on Sunday, that's where I get it from. I start writing. Even by my bedside, there's a jotter and a pen. Because you just wake up in the morning, ideas flash through your mind. You will think that you remember, but later the activities will make you forget. But I'll quickly jot it down before I forget. You see, our prime time should not be, you can see that my GIF, you say my prime time is 3 a.m. That's when my brain is active. My antennae, they are very, very sharp. So I have made it now, as a rule for myself. I don't go to my convenience with my phone. Because if not, you are going to misuse that prime time. You use it to change from WhatsApp to Instagram to Telegram to WeChat, all sorts. And what value are they adding to you? Zero. Now, avoid making decisions when you are under stress. If you want to generate business ideas, it's not when you're under stress. Because when you're under stress, normally, the lobe at the back of your brain, the cerebellum area and all that, which forms a chunk of the brain at the back, it passes information, maybe based on experience, based on things you see and all that. It passes to frontal cortex. And the frontal cortex is the one that now directs whichever part of your body that will do the job, give it to, order it to do it. But when you're under stress, a part of the brain called amygdala takes over. And that's one that has to do with emotion, with fear, and the level of cortisol rises up. And then it fills your frontal cortex with this. And what he's telling you is, see, this one is under danger. He has to run. He has to do this. And then whatever decision you make, you are not likely going to take a good decision because there's an unbalanced interruption. It's not that when they say, oh, hey, this, and maybe if you're a community pharmacy, you now discover that another pharmacy, bigger one, has opened around you. Then you begin to panic. Hey, which business am I going to do now? Maybe I should start importation. I should be importing. What are you doing? You are taking that decision under what? Under stress. They are not likely to make a good decision. And that is why you not do your homework very well. Where am I going to import from? How do I market it? How do I register? You just discover that your decision at that moment will not be the best. So when you are hungry, it's amygdala that takes over. It has to do with cortisol stress hormones. So your brain is not settled. You cannot make any good decision. And that is why when you want to make business decision, business idea, you want to use your brain, even if you are in academics as well. And of course, you're in academics, your prime time. You are an industrial pharmacy, use your prime time. And those are the prime time you're going to, that's early in the morning, that's when ideas will flush through. If you are in research and development, R&D, that's when ideas, or maybe you did it in a particular way, you didn't get it. That's when ideas, why you not try this one? Why not try this one? Okay. So avoid making decisions when you're under stress, when you're panicking. I think this is what I just finished explaining. All right. Perfectionism is also bad. Some people, before they start business, they want to get 100% information. Information overload, what does it lead to? Paralysis. You just have everything. But most good decision makers, once they have 80%, they start. At least they gather all the information. 80%, they don't have everything, but they start. And whatever problem arises on the way, they settle it. Okay? Rush and hurry is another thing that can be a distraction that will not help you. You are rushing. Oh, this job. Hey, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to, or your academics. How many papers have I written the last 2 years? If I'm in academia, how many papers have I written? Hey, I must write before the end of the year. Year 2022 is coming to an end. I must write 3 papers. And you're rushing. You're not likely to give the best to that particular kind of assignment. Pressure and influence from others. My friend has opened the 3rd shop. Yay, see me, only one shop. Only one shop. What am I going to do? Then you start panicking. Oh, my friend is getting his doctorate degree. By next week, he'll be over. Me, I'm still here. Still have a long way to go. You start panicking. Of course, when you're panicking like that, like I said earlier on, the amygdala takes over, cortisol rises, stress hormone comes up, then you can't think properly. So you don't need to rush. You don't need to, somebody is doing well more than you. You don't need to envy that person. There are many roads to unsuccessful life. The fastest of them all is envy. We all are in different time zones. All in different time zones. Queen Elizabeth, like I saw one WhatsApp. Queen Elizabeth started at the age of 20 what? Now, his son is only starting his own job. At 70. Okay. So pressure of influence from others. We all have different, different timetable. It doesn't mean you are too slow. It doesn't mean, don't copy others. Just make sure you are consistent with what you are doing and you put in excellence. Now, in business and career development, you need to be more emotionally intelligent. Do you know what? As far as success is concerned, your IQ, your first class, is only responsible for maybe 20%. 20% of what you are going to achieve. But what will take you far is your emotional intelligence. And there was a man called Daniel Goleman. There are 5 pillars of emotional intelligence that are here. Let me give you a particular example. I think there's some distraction. Let me give you an example. Let's say I went to a bank. Okay? I went to the bank. I collected some money. Maybe I collected, let's say, 200,000 naira. Then after I finished, the cashier that gave me the money, I gave her 2,000 naira. Because I saw the way she attended to me. I gave her 2,000 naira. That's for your lunch. Did I give her that 2,000 naira because she made first class in Uniben? It was because she attended to me. Good interpersonal relationship. Even these days, what employers use now to recruit people is EQ, not IQ more. Your IQ can get you a job, but what will keep you on that job is your EQ, your emotional question. I've seen a case of a particular girl that was frustrated out of a company, a multinational company, though not pharmaceutical company. So she made a first class. So it's like that first class entered her head. And it's like, I'm just too, so the mother was going to say, I should help her look for a job. So she read one of these biological science, sciences course. So now she was not talking to me. Hey, she not say, it's like people are not comfortable around me. It's like they think I want to take their job, blah, blah, blah. Well, I was just, so later, they now, actually, the post she was supposed to be, they gave somebody that had tutu. And she started complaining. Hey, it was even a tutu person that they gave. She was complaining, and I wanted to advise her. Because when you join a company, your certificate with good grade, can get you a job. But the moment you enter that company, nobody remembers whether you made first class or half class. Especially if it's a sales and marketing company. I was trying to calm her down. I said, look, listen to what I'm telling you. Let me advise you. Listen. She was talking. I just said something to her. I said, look. I said, you are not the only the person that had good grade. I also had a good grade. I was telling her. She was talking. She didn't allow me to talk. You know what I did? I put my phone on speakerphone. I put it on the table. I went around the house doing whatever I was doing. For almost like 20 minutes, she was talking alone. She didn't ask me whether I was listening. She continued talking. After the I said, hello, ma, are you listening to me? Hello, ma. I didn't answer. See, that day, I didn't bother. I said, no wonder they frustrated you out of the company. Emotional quotient. If you are in business, some people can leave a very far place to come and buy things in your pharmacy shop because of what? Your EQ, your charisma. You have self-awareness. Who are you? You must know yourself. It's not every business that everybody can do. Because your friend is doing this particular business doesn't mean you have to go into that business. Because your friend is in academics doesn't mean you should have to go into academics. In fact, there are some people that are in academics because their parents said you must be a professor. And the person doesn't like it. I remember a particular time. I think then I was working as a medical rep. I saw this guy. He has finished a pharmacist. He has finished his master's degree. Already started his PhD. He said, look, I'm not interested. If you see, if an opening for medical rep is available in your company, I want to join. You see, when you are doing a job that you don't like, you must know yourself. Thank God, pharmacy is a very versatile profession. If you want to be a businessman, you can be a businessman. If you want to be an academic pharmacist, you can be. If you just want to be manufacturing, you don't have the flair to market things around. You just manufacture for other people. You can be. It's a very versatile thing. So you can always know who you are. Don't copy anybody. Because when you do a copycat, when you copy, you may not be able to paste properly. All right. Now, self-regulation, how to be able to regulate yourself. All right. Okay. Yes, copy and paste. It's not showing on the board anymore. Engineering. Okay, it's showing now. Motivation, empathy, ability to your social skills, ability to relate with people in your community, even in the academic environment. If you don't work if you are not able to relate with your superior, you are not getting anywhere. What of industrial pharmacies as well? If you don't have good relationship, distributors will not come to you. They will go to other competing companies to buy the products from them. So Social skills is important. Now, know yourself and study your areas of strength. Refuse to stay discouraged. You can change. You may have to change your frequency. You see, when you want something new, what do? You have to change your position. You have to do things differently. If you want to move from a new, another radio station, let's say you're on this channel, what do? If you want to change, if you want to watch another thing, you change your channel. You change the frequency. So you have to do things differently. Somebody said another definition for insanity is when you keep on doing the same thing, the same way, and you expect to get a different result. It's not going to work. Right. Now, in starting a new business, like I said, I'm an International Labour Organization trainer. There are things you must do before you start any business. You don't just hear because your friend is selling a recharge card alongside pharmacy business, and the person is making money, then you want to sell a recharge card. Whatever business you want to start, you have to do an assessment. Your experience and ability. Your experience. Oh, you have worked as a medical rep before. It can help you. You have worked as a community pharmacist before, as a superintendent pharmacist before. It can help you in taking off your community pharmacist. You have worked as an industrial, production pharmacist before. You may want to start a production business. So experience also counts. It helps you to be able to work, to pick up effortlessly. Then your technical ability. God is going to bless you in the areas of your distinctive competence. Things you do easily, even if they don't pay you. You find it so easy to do it. Anytime, if maybe if you are somebody, anytime you are going to that pharmacy shop, you say, hey, voila, started again. Oh. Maybe you are not called for that. Anything you do and you grumble. Oh, I'm going to that faculty again. Oh, I'm tired. That may not be your area of calling. But anything you do easily, even if they don't pay you, you are still happy to do it. That's the area God wants to use to bless you. Okay? Nobody is empty. Something is inside of you. Whatever anybody is going to do for that person to make it in life is already wired inside of you. If it is, some people, they say, you talk too much, keep quiet. Leave him alone, leave her alone. There are people making money from talk show. Yes, now. If you see a child, the child talks a lot. All what you need to do is to positively channel that talking. That may be his area. Maybe the person just likes writing. Blogs. Linda Ikeji, do you know she's a billionaire? Just to write. And some other people like that. Okay? Your hobbies, your contacts can help. Then family background, do they like the kind of business? Is your spouse going to support you? Those are the things you take into consideration before you start any business. Don't just say, this thing is moving well, let me start selling. Some people will import drugs. They don't know how to market. They don't have any experience in marketing. They don't do anything. They just import drugs. And the whole thing will waste inside the warehouse. So look at your areas of distinctive competence, your experience, before you start something. All right? Be more interested in what? In growth. I'm almost rounding up to give room for questions. Be more interested in growth. Now, there are some things I want to talk about, but I'll give you a case study. Unfortunately, a lot of us are distracted, but maybe the online communities listening to me. When I was a medical rep, the first medical rep that's the case study I started. The first job I'll take up, in a pharmaceutical company as a medical rep. So I was based in Ibadan. I was to cover Oyo, Osun, Ondo, Kwara, Kogi. I was covering the whole of West, except Lagos and Ogun. So this particular day, I took off from Ibadan to work in Ilorin. So we went. I was going to work there for the first time. I had a driver. So the driver I had, before I employed him, this guy told me that he knew all the road network in Nigeria. that there was no part of Nigeria I couldn't drive to, I was very happy. Because at that point in time, I was just learning how to drive. Not to talk of knowing no road network. So we started off. We went to Ilorin. We walked that day. The second day, we walked till late afternoon. Then we started, coming back. We want to start coming back to Ibadan. That was my base. So we started with the journey. We were going on the road. Me initially, I was seated at the back of the car, owner's corner, first car, chauffeur driven. So later, I was looking at the road. I said, this road wasn't looking like the road through which you came into Ilorin yesterday. I was telling him, me that was chauffeur driven, I was relaxed in the car. I now sat at the tip of the chair. If you look at the signals in my hair, I was moving from right to left. It painted the picture of somebody who just discovered that she has entered one chance. Lagos people will understand that. I called his name. I said, this road is not looking like the road through which we came to Ilorin yesterday. Yeah, he said, Miss Dayo, don't worry. I wasn't married there. Miss Dayo, no problem. I know the whole of Nigeria. He was going. The more I looked, the more I discovered that this road, it's not possible that this road is true. Some years ago, kidnapping wasn't a lucrative industry then. So we were going. So later, I now saw a particular man that was like 100 meters away on a bicycle. I said, look, when we get to that man, please, let's ask him whether this road will lead us to Ibadan. So when we parked beside him. Good afternoon, sir. Please, will this road lead us to Ibadan? He said, Immediately he said, I knew I was in trouble. He said, we are very close to Lokoja. Somebody that was supposed to take me to Ibadan was carrying me to Lokoja, up north. Assuming I was the type that usually sleep in the car. Maybe by the time I open my eyes, I will see welcome to Kano. So I said, did you hear what they said? I was panicking. If it were to be now, I would have thought it was an attempted kidnap. Kidnapping wasn't a lucrative industry there. So we now turn back. Years later, I now reflected on what happened. Then I was able to learn some lessons from that day. Now let's look at it. No matter how far you have gone in the wrong direction, be humble enough to make a U-turn. If you know you are doing the wrong thing, something you don't like, you are in the wrong practice. Like I said, pharmacy is a very versatile profession. If you don't work here, you can work there. If you know you are on the wrong route, it is not too late to turn back. You know you don't like what you're doing. Assuming that day, I just continued going. I said, let's go. Anyhow. One will have been lost completely. So no matter how far you have gone in the wrong direction, once you realize it, be humble enough to make a U-turn. And then lesson number 2. On your way to achieving your goals, always check the milestone, the landmarks. Always check. I say, maybe normally you must have goals and objectives for yourself. Maybe when you started your one pharmacy shop, you are saying, okay, in the next 5 years, I'm supposed to have like 3 branches, 4 branches. Or in academics, maybe you said, okay, I should have my MSc or PhD by so time. You must have that. And you continually check the landmark. Am I there? Or maybe as an industrial pharmacist, you are now saying that, okay, by now my turnover should be this. And it's like you are far from it. You keep on checking. So that if you know that you are far from where you're going, you may have to do things differently. You may have to seek for help. Now, on your way to achieving your goal, always check and double check if necessary. Like the case of my driver, he assured me he knew all the road network. If I had relied on him, like I said, I would have gotten to Kano before I realized what was happening. So I had to double check with somebody on the road. Are we on the right road to Ibadan? I said no. So you must have mentors. There are people who you know that can guide you, people that have that have gone through the path before, that will be able to guide you. People that have done that kind of job before. Let's say you want to start importation, what you're doing. There are people that have worked, with multinational company or even company that they are importing and all these things. They can advise you. They can be your consultant. Don't just be a lone ranger. And of course, move with people that are better than you. You are likely to move in the direction of the people that surround you. Lesson 4. Never listen to destructive criticism. Somebody might say, but I thought you were in academics before. I expect by now you should have your PhD. Why are you in a community pharmacy now? Don't listen to all this destructive criticism. You have your own life. You see, your destiny is not determined by your critics. Run your own race. If you are afraid of criticism, you will die doing nothing. This one is that you can't please everybody. If you are sitting down, they will say, why are you sitting down? Why don't you stand up? If you are laughing, maybe you are going through some challenges and they see you're always happy and all that. You look happy. They will say, Kilondu no. Like my people will say, why is she always, despite all those things? And there are people that will say, why is it that the face is always so tight? So run your own race, okay? I have 10 minutes more. I'm almost through. Now, you may not be, there are questions and answers. You may not be able to change what has gone behind you. You may not be able to change the fact that you have done this in 4 or 5 years back. But what can you do? You have a role to play in what lies ahead of you. It is not too late to be great. At this juncture, I will say thank you for listening. So, question and answer session. Because I'm supposed to use my last 10 minutes for questions and answers. All right? Okay, sir.
Our guest lecturer of today, pharmacist Temidayo Adetola. My take on this is, we know at any point in time, we are always bereft of enough energy to carry on. And that is the major reason why we are putting this session as part of the Masterclass. And for me, I see this as a teaser before we start the scientific part of our master classes today. And I want to encourage us to ensure that even at our level as leaders, because we are leaders in our own right, to embrace anything that will motivate, anything that will inspire people that we are leading. And for me, again, I want to thank her so specially because we are bringing her to come and give us this scintillating session without paying her a dime. So we need to give her a round of applause. I think this is an opportune time for me to let us know this. She has featured in our monthly webinars. Only then is usually restricted to, I think, about 10, 15 minutes. I think for us, in our programs, in our facilities, and technical groups and interest groups, we need to make sure we make use of our own. I know those that, as a professional, apart from, like she told us that pharmacy has made us to be very versatile. We can be anything. We can, except the negative one. So for me, I think we need to imbibe a bit of this. I say we are leaders. In our family, we are leaders. We are leading our children. In church, everywhere. We must have at least a fraction of what she has delivered to us today so that we can impart in people's life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, question.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for a very well articulated presentation. I've been listening attentively because by virtue of my practice, I work in Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba. And in that area of the hospital, I work with substance abuse patients. And substance abuse patients. Okay. And they found out that substances requires the brain. We find because we thought of issue of the pot of reasoning. We found that those in substances are now reasoning from the midbrain. Euphoric effect is the immediate need of it. And I'm trying to see from this issue of the brain, the capacity of the brain, a way to help me out, and even in my practice, to ensure that, because most of the time we find out that the recovery is very, very difficult. Especially most of them that have done it a very long while. And even the way they ask us, is there any other way, personal way? Because though they do take psychotic drugs, and is there any other way we can make things like issue of the brain? Because I'm trying to see that you've done a lot in center of the brain. I still need your expertise. Yes. No. Even to this. Yes, in the sense that activities of the brain can be better achieved if one, especially those, if they wean off substances. Then at what extent do you think we can recover the brain so that we're able to get better activities done? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Actually, I have a postgraduate certificate in the global mental health. All right. One thing that actually helps patients to recover quickly is when they integrate them into the society, into homes. But one thing you will discover is that once they know that this one used to be a drug addict, everybody is running. Nobody wants to associate with the person. Stigmatization. Nobody wants to, relate with the person. And of course, one of the things that bring healing is relationship. Relationship health. There is a part of the brain that when there is serotonin, yes, when there is relationship, a lot of it is produced, oxytocin as well. So, but when people, when you just put them caked up in that hospital, you are not going to see much improvement. But a lot of the time, even their family members, they are now almost like caging them up. They don't want them to mix with the society. With the fear that if I allow him to go now, he may go back and start drinking and start doing the drugs again. But one thing is, when you allow the person to move freely, integrate them with the society, they tend to recover faster. But that the issue of not, being caged, not allowing them to, not having friends, not having people to relate with. Even by the time people look at them, they will know that this one used to be area boy, used to be drug addict. They run away from there. And of course, this thing has this psychological effect on them that are almost like making recovery difficult and almost impossible in some cases. And because of rejection into society like that, because of rejection, some of them will go back to the drugs. So that's just the problem. The major problem is what? Integration into the society. Let them have a sense of belonging to society. Let people relate with them. Just like as if nothing has ever happened. That's just it. Okay, thank you. Okay, yes.
Everybody should ask their questions so that she can respond to.
Okay.
Okay, let's adjust about 3 questions. 1, 2, and then last one. Okay. Because I've overshot my time.
Good morning, our very distinguished lecturer and colleagues.
I'm pharmacist Dayo Adetola, Merit Award winner. It's indeed a very great pleasure, personally, and I believe for everybody seated here, that you have given us a lot of thought-provoking nuggets. And I'm just trying to encourage everybody. If there is any takeaway from this discussion, it should be the fact that we all have our own race to run. And the fact that we need to pause at every moment to do a self-appraisal, so that you are not just doing motions without movement. A lot of us get easily carried away by the euphoria. Oh, peers, everybody is doing it, let me flow with the tide. No. We have our strength. She said it. And if you don't pause momentarily from time to time to do those self-appraisal and deep thinking, you might not understand what is your purpose. So, beautiful lecture, and congratulations to the organizers of this year's Pharmacy Week, that they thought it wise to bring all this type of stimulating discourse. It's not all about scientific. You talk about so many abstract things that all of us can relate to this, because it's something you go through. So thank you once again, and we hope we see more of you in our various fora.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Dayo, it's nice to sit and listen to you.
Thank you.
It was very down to earth. It was simple layman language. Nothing to impress with big grammar. That was real good. Thank you.
Thank you.
My contribution to us is the fact that nobody is Methuselah here. We all have a set time to die. And the only thing we take out of life is what we enjoy, not the amount of money, property, or whatever we gather. Now, we need to take this home and apply it. We talk of children's peer pressure. Adults have peer pressure. Professionals have peer pressure. We see this thing, you have only one branch since 1987, and your contemporary that came in 2000 already have 5. You start running a race, you start doing something. Let us calm down. Most people, I'm sure, we wonder, when I go to the U.S., my license is active. I don't even remember I'm a pharmacist in the U.S. because I've zoned my mind out of that place. And I'm over 60. I want to enjoy. I've had a very stressful life, and I want to enjoy. We need to all look at it and see how much time do you have left. What are you doing? Are you leaving legacy for children who are doing, entrepreneurs in dollars, and then you don't want to hand over the entrepreneurship in naira? You got to appraise yourself and see, as you're trying to make that money, try to enjoy life a little bit, because that's all you take out of it. Please let us be wise, because dead men don't talk. Yesterday we talked about fake drugs, and I was telling them, be pana sharp, don't be pana dull. Dead men don't talk. Do not be a victim of the rat race going on in Nigeria. Be wise and, take all this in and go in your stride. We all have different callings. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the contribution. I think, one before I quit the stage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My own area of question is about multitasking.
Multitasking, okay?
To me, it has even started long time in pharmacy school. And I do apply it most times. But today, you are teaching us it's like a total distraction. So, and those that work with me, even my children, I always encourage them, multitask yourself. Some of them are close to perfection, but some of them do make these mistakes we are talking about. So how do we actually cope? Do we discourage them? Balance it?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not totally condemning it, but I'm telling you that when you do too many things at the same time, the tendency for you to make mistakes is very, very high. when you do too many things. Of course, in Nigeria, as a woman, you don't have a choice. You have to multitask. There are severally, I will be on my computer, then I'm also cooking. You know, you have to do that. But don't try to take too many things up at the same time. You are likely to make mistakes, and you are likely to cause more ruins. But one thing that has been found out is that you are only able to do one thing if your brain effectively at a time. Assuming we have a whole day for this program, that showed you some videos that will show you that the brain is only able to pick one item effectively at a time. But you can multitask, but you have to maintain a balance. Don't overdo it, so that you don't have burnt offerings often in your kitchen. Okay. So on this note, I want to say final thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Ma. Please, let's give her another round of applause to appreciate her. We also have comments from Professor Olufunke Shodipo, all the way from Borno State. Said, well done, very stimulating lecture. So right now, let's welcome Emzor. Okay, so let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so respond like you're alive too. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here, actually. Okay, I'll do it. Okay. Okay. It's not being projected. Okay, so my name is Tobi Adibami. I'm from Emzor Vaccines. And I would like to talk a little bit about vaccine hesitancy and how we can overcome it. I'm excited that as of today, pharmacists are getting more involved in vaccination delivery in Nigeria. And the excitement is not enough. I think that we need to commit to do more. And this is what I always say. The gap has been identified in Nigeria. Vaccination in Nigeria, when we put up the statistics, I'm going to do that in a bit. When we put up the statistics, it's in red. Is it rotavirus? Is it pneumococcal? Is it measles? All right. Is it most of them? In fact, the larger percentage of the global burden rests upon Nigeria. I will show the statistics in a bit. And the gap, like I said, has been identified. And the National Primary Health Care now is giving pharmacists the opportunity to step into this space and make a difference. And I think that we need to encourage ourselves to do more. All right, those that have not started at all, we can have the conversation. How do you want to get involved? And let's see how Emzor can support and move it forward. What I want to, I always say this, that in 5 to 10 years, we should be able to look back and say that pharmacists have come into this space and have made so difference. It shouldn't be that after 10 years, and then Nigeria is still carrying all of the major burdens, and then we'll start asking the question. So now that pharmacists are getting involved, what have we been able to do? So I'll just do a very brief introduction as regards vaccines, okay? So with the exception of safe water, no other modality, not even antibiotics, has had such a major effect on mortality reduction. I was going to say that. Okay, I know we're just moving from one session to the other. So anybody that needs to run around.
Pay attention. Some of the noise is also getting to the online platform. So please, let's try and keep our discussions as quiet as possible. Thank you very much.
All right. This ambience is good enough. So we'll take it off from there. Okay, said no other modality, not even antibiotics, has had such a major effect on mortality reduction. That's the success story of vaccines so far. WHO says that every year, up to 3 million deaths are prevented and 750,000 children are saved from disabilities through vaccination. Cases of polio are down by over 99%, all right, from 300,000 per year in 1988 to less than 2,000 in 2009. And now I'm sure the number has much more improved. Approximately over 700,000 deaths caused by pneumococcal disease prevented by 2015. Some countries have witnessed declines in hospitalizations due to rotavirus infection of up to 80%. So the importance of vaccines cannot be overemphasized. Okay? And we need us to get more involved. The general problem in Nigeria is not just availability of these vaccines. It has been the low awareness over the years. And I think that, in fact, not necessarily all of us do not have to vaccinate. There's so many things we can do in that space to increase vaccine uptake. Not all of us has to vaccinate. Having that conversation, increasing that awareness, all right, in our different places of practice will go a long way. And then we can begin to change the picture little by little in our different communities. I will just, quickly highlight the case of rotavirus and hepatitis B vaccine, and then we can use that as case studies as to why we need to increase vaccine awareness. Rotavirus vaccine was introduced in 2006, all right, and it was introduced in the National Immunization Program. By now, they've had it in over 100 countries, all right. 78 million children have been reached since the introduction, and over 800 to 900,000 deaths were averted between 2011 to 2020. That is some real impact that only vaccine can make. I'll get specific to some countries. In USA, the lab diagnosis of rotavirus reduced by 50 to 90% since the vaccine was introduced. That is some real impact. In Thailand, in their pilot introduction of the vaccine in one province, hospitalization due to rotavirus decreased by 88% in 2 years. Speaking about real impact. In Brazil and Mexico, death due to diarrhea in under 5 reduced by 55% and 53% respectively. That is some real impact. You can imagine one mother's schedule not being interrupted by vomiting and stooling of a child. We can go on and say this is the statistics, but let's apply it to our everyday lives. I'm a busy professional. My wife is a busy professional. Our daughter is in the crèche, all right? And then they called and they said, your daughter has been stooling and vomiting continuously since morning. Already, my wife's day has been interrupted. No matter how important the meeting is, I will look at my CEO in the face and say, family first. Excuse me, ma, my daughter is not feeling fine. I need to get out. And God help if I have bought her a car. She can jump into her car and drive down. But if I've not done that, now extra expense that she didn't plan for to book a boat or a Uber, and if it is a bus, the stress, no matter how she makes it off that day, once she jumps bus from the work, her mindset has already been destabilized. And then if she now puts a call to me that I'm making one fantastic presentation in that my beautiful board meeting that I need to nail, and I saw wifey, first call. I say, no, baby, I'm busy now. Second call. Third, my wife says, if I call you 3 times, no, it's an emergency. No matter where I am, that's it. She will call me once or twice. If I can't pick, that's it. But if she calls me the 3rd time, I'll say, excuse me, sir. I'll be right back. All right? And if somebody like me, my wife likes me to be involved in the raising of the child. So she doesn't go, no, it's your child. So get involved. So by the 3rd time, no matter what I am doing, I am returning that call. So look at my own productivity. So if I'm having the presentation of my life, well, I'll probably take another shot at it. I will leave and find out what's going on. And of course, I have been interrupted. No matter how composed I am, there is a level of distraction. Our madam just spoke about distraction not so long ago. But this one is a good distraction now because I have to take care of family. Our neighboring country, Rwanda, with 99% vaccination coverage, hospital admissions due to rotavirus fell by 60 to 70% in under 5, 2 years after vaccine introduction. That is real impact. In fact, Rwanda's number is off the chart. They are doing pretty well. Pretty well that I'm challenged that this is a fellow African country. Nigerians, what are we doing? I put Spain in the last because Spain has something very similar to what Nigeria has right now when it comes to their immunization program. All right, the private, there are public vaccines, the ones that the government is introducing for free. It's being given at the general hospitals and primary healthcare centers. You don't have to pay for. But there is the private market to it where Emzor vaccine is playing right now. And Rota vaccine was in that private market. They have so many vaccines in their national immunization program, but they just put Rota vaccine in the private market. And despite that, Spain does not, I researched top 50. They were not there carrying the global burden of rotavirus. They were not there at all. So that means the healthcare professionals in the private market kept recommending rotavirus vaccine to the mothers, despite the fact that it was not being given for free. So the mothers paid out of pocket. So if that is being done in Spain, why can't that be done in Nigeria to make real impact? I said I was going to put our score chart on top of it. You see, the countries with the greatest number of rotavirus deaths as a proportion of all the global rotavirus deaths in children as of 2017, Nigeria is number 1 at 30%. No, it's 30 actually. It's not so clear. It's 30. If that is 80, the remaining. I'm even more optimistic than most of you guys. It's 30% actually. All right. Then India, 16% with their population. 16% with India's population. All right. And then DRC and Ethiopia and Africa. Like I said, our numbers are in red. I might just quickly highlight a little bit. See, 111 million cases were recorded and 453,000 deaths in children under 5 per year globally. That's rotavirus statistics. And 232,000 of those deaths were happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Out of that 232,000, Nigeria has over 160,000. That is 69% of Africans' burden. So please call us Giant of Africa again. Don't we deserve Giant of Africa? Yes, I'm saying. So we are giants all around. That's what I'm saying. We're both the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay. You see, the diarrhea, of course, is one of the top 5 causes of under 5 mortality around globally. All right. And then 50% of the global mortality is accounted for by Nigeria, India, and Congo. Out of that 50%, Nigeria alone, 30%. The remaining, they just added to the 20%. Okay. If I go to hepatitis B, so I just decided to choose one childhood vaccine and then another adult vaccine. And hepatitis B is one that we are really, really interested in Emzor. My GMD had said that anywhere hepatitis B screening needs to be done across the country, that we should make sure that the screening kits and other medical consumables needed should be available. Okay, so we have been running that for almost 2 years now. And that's because she sees the menace of hepatitis B as a very disturbing one. All right. And the last place I mentioned that 250 million people are living with viral hepatitis globally. Somebody challenged me, said the number has almost doubled. The number has almost doubled. So I need to, it's not a slide, it's a graphic design. I need to go and change that completely. It's over 500 million now. And they're saying one person dies every 30 seconds from an hepatitis-related illness. That is WHO. So that is a huge burden. And the question is, what are we doing about it? Despite the fact that hepatitis B vaccine has been available for over 3 decades, we are still recording these bad statistics. So 9 out of 10 people don't know. I get involved in a lot of hepatitis screening and vaccination a lot of times. Sometimes I see people that are already aware, and you ask them, what have you done about it? They say nothing. They have family. They have children. Have you, at the very barest minimum, tested the people in your immediate surrounding? They don't want them to know. Stigma. You know, I met a wife that said, if my husband hears, he's going to. The husband is already abusive. Some of the issues. So imagine telling your husband that I am hepatitis positive. No matter where you got it from, he's going to think it's an extramarital affair and he's going to kill me. So we had to devise a way to technically, you know, I don't want to say lie to the man, but we just got him tested. We had to test him. We devised a natural way completely that it was not there was no suspicion at all when he took his test. And the two of them had to be placed on, you know, they had to see a gastro and then had to place on medication almost immediately. But the awareness is not there. The woman just said, let me test. Yes, because we were there. She just said, what's there? Let me just do. Because we already said the test is free. So we just test. What's there? Just let me test. And she had no idea. When she went to do a viral load test, it was... All right. So 9 out of 10 people don't know. So it's one of the reasons why testing for us is fundamental. So anywhere it is needed to run a hepatitis test, we are available. We'll be involved. You can get us involved at any time. Okay. I will. Okay. So I'm going to just, touchlight some major challenges and barriers to vaccination has been identified by, several studies. And one of the major ones is vaccine hesitancy. And it's one of the reasons why we're having this conversation today. I was having a conversation with one of the guys at the back just now. It's even the fact that some of these vaccines are available, some of these vaccines are free, some of our people will still not take it. Should we take a poll? Can I ask your permission to take a poll? So many of us have taken our hepatitis B vaccine here. This is impressive, but it's not everybody. Do you know Emzor vaccine at every conference in the last 2 years has been screening for free? If it is ACPN, if it is PSN, all of the national conferences will be available screening for free in the last 2 years. And if you were going to start taking your vaccine at that junction, we even give as low as 1,000 naira. Last ACPN conference, I'm going to give the kudos to the leadership of ACPN. They paid for 100 people to get free vaccination at the last ACPN conference in Festac. Aside that, those that paid just 1,000. How cheap can these things be compared to the implications of getting exposed? How cheap? As in, it worries me a lot. And I don't know. This is all I've done in all my adult years, by the way. So when I speak about it, I'm so passionate. And if it is possible to just get everybody one by one, why have you not taken your vaccine? But of course, I'm just one man. Nigeria's population is over 200 million. We need more people to get involved. So I'm going to just stay on hesitancy today. Okay. So parents differ in their attitudes towards vaccination. When I saw these statistics, in my head, off the top of my head, I said, this must be the educated population of Nigerians. By the way, if you have not taken your hepatitis B vaccine, Emzor team is still here today. We will screen you for free. Then we will let you pay for your vaccine. You have to take responsibility for your own health. Thank you. Okay, so I was saying, these statistics, I believe, is for the southwestern part of the country, actually. The southern and the western part. Because in the north, it's terrible. It's pretty terrible. in the north. I was in Kano about a month ago, and I was having conversation with some of the doctors saying, even after some of these free vaccines, they won't show up. You beg them. And if it is a critical condition, and we're like, okay, your husband has been exposed, you need to get vaccinated. They will tell you, we have not eaten. I'm not joking, no. That means you are aware. So the doctor will buy food for them. I'm telling you. And if it is a vaccine that they need, like hepatitis B, you need to take 3 shots, that they need the second and the third shot, it will pay for their transport to come back for the second, pay for the vaccine, come back for the third shot, pay for the vaccine. So in the north, it's pretty terrible. I put a rep there 2 years ago. And every Monday morning when we are doing review meeting, and she calls me, I was like, oh God, I know what she's saying. They know the year word here. I said, continue. Continue to do that awareness. So we aside clinical meeting, we call one of the things we do in the vaccine team is disease awareness programs. And that is you walk into those hospitals and talk directly to the parents about the vaccines, about the disease burden, and why they should be vaccinated. Now, in the chart of everybody across the country, this girl in Kano, you are supposed to do how many? I think 4 a month. This girl in Kano does 20, 17, minimum ever 15. And the response rate is poor. 1 year, nothing to show. 1 year of, you can imagine, the level of frustration driving from one hospital to another to have conversation and nobody responds. And gradually in the second year, some healthcare practitioners, some doctors, some pharmacists said, Charity, you are trying. I will help you. So this is it. On the immunization day, they hold Charity's hand to the middle. Oya, talk. While she's doing her talk, the doctor is at the back. Are you done, Charity? Okay, madam, why haven't you taken your vaccine? Why don't you want to take this vaccine? Push them. No, of course, not all of them will say yes. But that initial push is coming. They know her. She's attended to the mother or the husband or the family for years. All right, so if I'm making a recommendation for you to get vaccinated, they trust you. All right, so use that trust to influence them to get vaccinated. Overcome that hesitancy. Should I tell you something? In 2022, when we had our year beginning meeting, Charity was my best rep in the country. Because expectation there was very poor before. So our target was so small. Because we said what is key now is first awareness. So eventually, once she was able to break the barrier to a reasonable extent, the response level changed. And I can guarantee you that what helped her were healthcare practitioners standing in the gap for her. Of course, absolutely, man. So the next year, the target will go up. Okay, so that is why at every opportunity that I have to talk to, healthcare practitioners across the country, I say we all need to get more involved. I know that, or maybe I should not go there, I might be sensitive, that curative is more profitable. But if we're thinking about the long term, all right, and the awareness of our people, I've shown you what vaccination can do in the case of rotavirus. Okay? It has to be vaccines. We need to get involved, and we need to get involved now. Some of our parents are immunization advocates. The well-learned, they went to school, all right? And, of course, they read. Social media is there, internet is there. They know. My wife read, in fact, I did not need, she's an IT professional, by the way. I did not need to say anything to her about immunization or majorly the basic things on child welfare. Since she knew she was pregnant, she was reading every day. Progress. She said, my child is like cashew nuts now. Tomorrow, she has grown to purple. Next tomorrow, she's now pineapple. I will just laugh. She is so cautious. So nobody needs to. The only thing she drags me, I won't take your daughter to go and take vaccination. So we are going together. So so they clear your schedule. I say, yes, ma. So we go together. That's the only thing. But she takes full responsibility. There are parents like that. You don't need to tell them. They know. If you give them what is not said, they will give you the latest update and say, no, this has changed. Yes. That is the 33%. All right. The 28% are general health advocates, not necessarily immunization advocates. 24.8%. All right. They are the go along to get along. You know those people? They don't make up their mind. But because my guy is going, you've taken chicken pox for your child. Oh yeah, let's go. We'll follow them. And they are the fence sitters. Neither here nor there. Okay, so those people, to move them, a lot of awareness needs to be done. To move these fence sitters, a lot of awareness needs to be done. And then there are the worried people, the 2.6%. Very small. Very small. But now they might fear pass. Because one, they are ignorant. I'm sorry to use that word. And they have big mouths. So what the myths that they are not sure of, they will spread it like wildfire. See, this 2.6% can convert as much as 25 to 30% of these other people with their myths and lies. So as these people are being energetic in spreading their myths, we need to be countering them with the facts and figures. Yes, I am scared of this 2.6%. Honestly speaking. Honestly speaking. They look like the minority, but they have... No. If you just search... If you check your Google Map search about vaccines, there's no way you will not find those anti-vaxxers and their propagandas and their different stories, and they don't send you now. You can't shut them up. Internet space is free for everybody. You can't shut them up. You know, some of these things that we hear, somebody just said and say, there's metal in this thing. Somebody just started that conversation. And then, little by little, it started growing. Little by little, it started growing. And if we don't checkmate it on time, all right, people will be discouraged from getting vaccinated. I'll go back to these worried people in a bit. So I put up some common questions from vaccine hesitant families. All right. So you hear them say, will too many vaccines overwhelm the immune system? I say, what are the side effects of these vaccines? Gone. I hear of so many side effects. Which one? Does MMR cause autism? There was a big conversation around this one some time ago. That even with healthcare practitioners, all right, we had a lot of back and forth. All right, are there harmful ingredients in vaccines? Isn't it better to get natural infection? And if our parents didn't get it and they survived, this one is logical now. This one is logical now. My papa no get them. And my papa is 98 and still bouncing. So why should I get it? It's very logical. So then you start coming up with how do we address these issues? Like I said, we can only counter them with facts. Facts. All right. In 1998, the study that started was about based on 12 children who were pre-selected. Okay. There's so many studies on this, MMR and autism, actually. So many. I didn't want to just come and overcrowd the slides. I already have a lot. But no link was found between MMR and autism. So we can put their minds to rest. And we can communicate it with a lot of confidence. You know that besides verbal communication too, our body disposition too matters. So when you sound like you are not so sure, I'm a marketer, so when I walk in and I'm asking you questions, I'm looking at your face directly, I can categorically tell you when you started telling lies or when you started saying the things that you did not mean, if I'm being polite. All right, so I said every vaccine ingredient serves a purpose. All right, to provide immunity, to increase vaccine safety and shelf life, and to improve efficacy. Okay, I'll get into those details in a bit. And I said, vaccine ingredients used as adjuvants and preservatives are in minute quantity that are not harmful to the body system. Take, for example, aluminum. Aluminum is used to boost immune response, okay, and aluminum salts or aluminum phosphate. Okay, of course, it's a common metal found in nature. It's in the air, it's in the food and drink. Infants get more aluminum through breast milk or formula than vaccines. But some people will make a propaganda out of it. All right. Most aluminum in the body is quickly eliminated. All right. Which I think it was mercury. I think it was mercury I was hearing a lot at some point. And thank God that the vaccines, that even the minute mercury was in then, technology now being deployed into vaccine manufacture as vaccines without mercury at all now that are substitutes. So we can kill that conversation. All right, and thank God that in Emzor vaccines, of course, most of our vaccines are WHO pre-qualified. I always say that if some people have an idea of what it takes for one batch of vaccine manufacture, I had the privilege of hosting Vijay Pate, who is an international business development for Serum Institute in Emzor about a week ago. And, some of these things, while he was explaining to us, like a single batch of their vaccine, when they're producing about 7 million at a time, and the level of specificity that is being involved. And of course, WHO comes to approve every batch that is going out. So it is not such that vaccines is not a game of directed towards prevention, and we need to encourage. Now, yet that's a lot of, I've heard some conversations saying no side effects. That's why I put it there. But usually, there's no severe side effects. All right. So in 1 million doses of each vaccine, so maybe about 1 or 2 cases in 1 million doses. So I did the 2 over 1 million. Yeah? I did the 1 over 1 million, and I converted it to percentage. And that's 0.0001% chance. 0.0001% chance. So let's compare this to, the lives that are being saved, the deaths that are being averted, the hospitalizations that are being averted by vaccines. There's the WHO Global Vaccine Safety Board, all right, that is running multi-country collaboration project. Okay, so even I'm sure some of us are in the Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety. I'm sure some of us are, maybe not here. Okay, because I know a few people, all right? And of course, one of the things that we do is in most of our hospitals, of course now we have to deploy it to pharmacy shops, is to have adverse effects following immunization form. So if you notice any adverse effects, you can report and then it will be investigated. Okay, because sometimes there are so many things playing. And some people already have, and because they now took the vaccine, they say it's vaccine that's, I had something like that, and I'll be like, come off it. It was even the boss, it was a corporate vaccination we did, and the guy just said, can't even imagine that his heart is beating fast the following day. So I got worried, so I told him, okay, let's just have when did you take the vaccine and all that? As we were talking to it was on hard drugs last night. So you're complaining of now you're referring it to the vaccine. So even if there are complaints, it has to be investigated because some people are waiting for that little dent to start spreading their propaganda. All right. Okay, excuse me. Vaccination initiation rates depend on high quality recommendation. This is where we all come in. They listen to us. They trust us. All right. We need to use our influence. See, if no recommendation is done, or if it is being presented as optional, the response rate is 20 to 30%. It's in red. It's in red. Those are the learned people that they don't need you to give them any recommendation. They already, they are their own recommenders. All right. They are learned. So they will take the vaccination decision themselves. 20 to 30%. Okay. The noise is getting a little bit high now. So Okay, please, one else, please. Now, if the recommendation is low quality, it comes up to 50%. But if there's high quality recommendation, determine people that want to make an impact in the vaccination space, it comes up to 70 to 90%. Of course, there's this 10% that we probably might not ever be able to do anything about. Okay, so, but we try and do our best. Okay, so one of the conversation around overcoming vaccine hesitancy around the globe right now is employing motivational interviewing. Okay, so we might be able to pick one or two things from this. So if I can get your attention, please. Sorry, I get a little distracted by the noise too. All right, so patient-centered method for enhancing intrinsic motivation to change health behavior by exploring and resolving ambivalence. A lot of people are already double-minded. All right, they are not sure. Okay, so there's a way that we can help them make this decision, all right, by asking some open-ended questions. Okay, knowing what their state of mind is before we make our own recommendations. Okay, so studies have illustrated that the efficacy of motivational interviewing as a promising strategy to encourage positive health behavior change around substance abuse, oral health, and diet and exercise. Okay, so MI now being applied to help healthcare workers address parental vaccine hesitancy. You see, open-ended question, very important. And you have to actively listen to them. Okay, the reason why Madam A is saying no to vaccine is different from the reason why Madam B is saying no. They probably come from different communities, and then their cultural beliefs are probably different. All right, some people just believe that once you give them vaccine, you want to make them impotent. You want to reduce the number of children they can have. Yes, I've heard that a lot of time. Yes. Okay, so don't assume that everybody has the same reason for saying no. Find out from them and listen. Listen. And then, of course, we are very smart people, so we can begin to address their concerns one after the other. Okay? And, of course, it does always work, eliciting pros and cons. All right? If you decide to. If you don't decide to, these are the implications. Okay, so which would you rather go by? That almost always works all the time. Okay, so inquiring about the importance and confidence of making a change and summarizing the conversation, I would run a little. So I said we should take a little case study. All right, so you are seeing a 15-month-old, of course, the mother of a 15-month-old baby, okay, who has not received MMR vaccine and a 4th DTaP dose. When you said, today we have 2 vaccines for David, who is going to be mommy or daddy David here that will answer our question quickly? And the mother replied, so we are going by the women. I don't want the measles one. I don't want the measles vaccine. How should we handle this? So whose child is David? We can start from there. Or is going to be our surrogate mommy David today? How do we address this? I don't want the measles ones. To respond to the mother's objection. How do we? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The first thing that will come to my mind as I sit face to face with that mother is to ask, why don't you want the measles vaccine? And maybe the kind of interaction we have in the community, I will expect her probably to say something like this. You know, my friends have told me that every time they give their children that measles vaccine, they come back having measles within a short while. And then, as an healthcare professional, I might need to go ahead and assure that, no, it's not always. It's only in a few cases. And then I should be able to tell her that, come,
it's better the baby takes it now than for her to experience the measles infection, because it can actually go ahead. Then, go overboard, so to say. It can become very, very serious. Then I might also ask her, where has she been taking the other vaccines? Probably in a PHC. I may want to encourage her, if it's a PHC not so far from me, and I happen to know somebody, I can say, I know not so. You won't have to wait if you go there, if it's in that neighborhood. And of course, because there are community people that are always coming near you, it's possible you will see them again and again. Then probably one can do a follow-up.
Can we put our hands together for Mommy David? Okay. So that just covers what is on my mind, is open-ended questions to start with. Open-ended questions. Find out what is on their mind. Let them share their concern. Most likely they have heard something. Hardly will you find the people that had the first-hand experience. She heard from, he heard from, she heard from, she heard, and the source of the information we do not know. So you see the power of rumors. They don't know. Say, my friend said, if you meet that friend, who told you? My friend said, if you meet that one too. The same thing, the same cycle. Okay, so you seem to have a question about MMR vaccine. I want to make sure all your questions are answered. So let's talk about it. Would you mind sharing what your particular concerns are? They will open up. The concern, I said it before, everybody's concern is different. See, the concern she elicited now is different from the one that is here. I heard the causes autism. Like I said, it's always an ESA. Always an ESA. Okay, then we can share some information. If you are concerned about MMR causing autism, I've also heard some stories about this vaccine. But I follow vaccine safety closely, of course. Is it okay if I go over what I know about this vaccine? Autism is a challenge for many families, and people want answers, including me. But well-conducted studies have shown that MMR vaccine is not a cause of autism. But I've treated story, blah, blah, blah. But what they need at that junction is assurance. All right? You listen to them first and give them assurance about the safety of the vaccine. All right? And I strongly believe in this important vaccine, which is why I gave it to my daughters. Please, social norm, very important. If you can mention, if it is somebody that they know in the environment, that, do you know mommy so, our daughter has taken? Do you know daddy so, our son has taken? Even my own children, I have given them. To a very large extent, that worry just dies down. So the idea that people around them are doing it, sell it to them. And if you are vaccinated, you don't have to lie, but if you have vaccinated your children, please give it to them, let them know. It helps them, makes that decision quite quickly. So you ask, you listen, use body language, check back, summarize, affirm. It helps. It helps, pretty helps. Now, another one is if you are seeing a 15-month-old who has not received MMR vaccine or the fourth DTaP dose, today we'll have 2 vaccines for David. Measles, mumps and rubella, and DTaP. The mother refused. And even after you have tried your motivational interviewing techniques, the mother still refused. At this junction, what should we do? I need another Mommy David volunteer. Okay, sorry, let's do Daddy David this time, so that there's gender balance. Daddy David, please rise. How do we undo this? Really, real quick. See, they're already sending me away, so help me here, please, so that I can round up quickly. Should we go back to the women? Apparently, when it comes to vaccination, Daddy David, I'm sorry.
Well, after the initial, and he still refused to take it, then maybe you can now use a method that can a kind of motivational method, like 15 months old, like telling them that, well, I know that you will enroll your child in school soon. Okay. And it is imperative that you give this before you enroll the child. Except you want to keep your child at home, because the child is going into a bigger society, will mix with other children, and very likely will pick up something that will give you. So maybe that one can motivate them now, because it's now you now give them something that can, let them look at it from another perspective. So that is what comes to mind.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, yes. Sometimes it's good to. I wouldn't have even thought of this. Me, in all my years of. Please, sir, there's somebody at the back.
Another way to look at it is from the statement. For a lay person, you're actually saying she's going to take 4 vaccines: measles, mumps, rubella, and DSAP. So the first thing is to let the patient know that there are actually 2 vaccines. Bring the virus and show that there are not 4 different vaccines that you can pull out the measles that you don't want. Because most parents know about measles, a common disease. By the time you are able to streamline it so that it's just 2 vaccines and these others are already combined, the patient gets the education. So the first thing is patient education. For a layman, when you say you want to take 2 vaccines and you end up quoting measles, mumps, rubella, you're actually telling her 4. And the fear of taking so much at a stretch is the reason why she wants to pull out the measles that she's common with. Right? So patient education is the first thing. Then, after that, the patient would have understood that it's actually 2 vaccines, not 4. And by the time you're able to gain the patient trust, your motivational interview and skills will now come in.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let me bring my... Okay, so... Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
On male kids, so we can also bring out the mumps aspect of it. Okay. Yoruba call it shegede,
yes,
which as I think the male children also have an adverse whatever from it. Yes, and David is a child, which you can prevent a future. Nobody will say that, oh, I don't want my child to become impotent or something later in life. Not to put them fair, but like I said, patient education. Because there are 3 drugs in 1 vaccine. So we shouldn't really, we should let them know that this one now has a multiple advantage for the child.
Thank you everyone for your suggestions, which are equally correct. I'm going to say that if you have questions, please, can we write them down so that we can collapse time? There's Rachel, is at the back. Rachel, could just wave your hand. She will pick them up from you, and then we can take them after the session. Okay, so let the patient know you will offer it again. All right, because you totally believe in it. All right, that level of assurance that I will always offer it because I believe in these vaccines' efficacy and safety. Okay, offer a reading material. All right, if the motivational interviewing does not work, give them something to read. At your leisure time, read, and let's talk again. And don't over-remember this. Some people, because somebody said no, and then you might reduce our motivation to talking to people, and then relax. You have done your best for this patient. At the end of the day, they have to make the decision to go ahead. Okay, so from time to time, we meet people that no matter what you say to them, they are not just going to take the vaccine. So I've done my best. So most parents vaccinate. They just have questions. If we have that at the back of our mind, it helps us just address what their issue is. Let them ask their questions. Let's dissuade any myth or rumor, and let's present them with the facts and the needed assurance about the vaccine safety and efficacy. All right, a strong vaccine recommendation try motivational interviewing techniques for more hesitant parents. Because I'm going to skip some of this. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight a few things that Emzor Vaccines is doing, right, after all of this. And it's just okay that we're taking it upon ourselves that in this vaccine space, we are okay, and my GMG is so much invested in vaccine-preventable diseases, such that everything that we can do in our capacity to support pharmacists' movement in the vaccination space, we are going to do. We have started doing that already. The first training for pharmacists, Emzor supported or sponsored 125 pharmacists on that vaccine-based delivery in Abeokuta. Yes. And of course, aside that, several materials, several marketing materials, patient information leaflets that were made available at the request. And I already mentioned earlier that if you have to run hepatitis B screening and vaccination anywhere across the country, reach out to us. We will support with the needed test kits and other medical consumables to run it. Okay? We, aside the training, of course, this last training too, we supported some people, albeit a fewer number of people because we didn't get the information on time. But for PSN conference in Jos, we are working on supporting a larger number of people. And one of the things that we have highlighted to be our criteria is first, is the passion. We don't want people to get the training and do another certificate in the bag and throw it somewhere and never make use of them. Okay, so aside that, we want people that will be willing, because we'll be rolling out support plans. We want people that are passionate and willing to be accountable. We will ask you what you have done with the training. How can we help? How can we support? And we need such people. And if we have such people that will be attending JOS conference, you can indicate. I say Rachel is there. It's not a promise that we'll train everybody, but we'll have a conversation, actually, and then we'll decide on way forward. Okay. We have also increased our social media engagement of recent times. I'm sure this is an Emzor vaccine representative, and then she's putting this conversation online for people to see and learn. Okay, and if you happen to be on social media, which I know all of us are, Instagram and Facebook, you can follow, also LinkedIn, correct? You can follow us as Emzor Vaccines, okay? And you can repost what we have there in your different platforms, all right, for amplification. As a family, pharmacists have the unique opportunity to get involved now to change Nigerians' poor vaccination stats, and we need all hands on deck. And it starts with a small group in your community. There's a small group for everyone in your different communities. Start from there. Earlier, during World Immunization Week, that was in April, so we decided that we were going to roll out hepatitis B screening and vaccination across the country. And this is the scorecard. Between that time and now, this number must have doubled, but I just have had it since World Immunization Week, and I say, let me show this. In the north, we reached out to 1,800 people. In the west, 250. In Lagos, 82. Of course, Lagos population is huge. East, 1, 2, and North Central, 1,060 people. That makes a total of 14,500 people by Emzor Vaccines team alone. And I believe that if we all as stakeholders in the health sector in Nigeria engage the small groups in our communities, a lot more than 15,000 people will be protected. So there's a small group for all of us. That will be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. So please don't forget your questions. Write them down. We'll take them after the second. Okay. Just a contribution.
Thank you very much, presenter, and the senior colleagues, honorable colleagues. Honestly, before now, my pharmacy, Damila Pharmacy, will be doing business with so long. We got to a stage, Ogo was your rep then. They used to do screening, vaccination, and everything. But there was a point they told us that from Malabsa, they sent vice chairman there, that we should stop taking giving vaccination. But thank God now we are vaccinators. We certify, me and my wife. What I want to say is the partnership with two people too, so that we can continue what we have started. Okay, so we want to see it.
Awesome. Rachel will, by the way, he was one of the people that gave me the most motivation here today. He was listening with very apt attention, and if I needed encouragement, he was nodding. So thank you very much, sir. I will make sure that the level of partnership that you need, you get them. Thank you. Rachel, please, please, I need this.
Thank you very much. So please, let's note or let's remember that the screening and vaccination is still taking place downstairs. So if you want to participate, after this session, you can go downstairs to get screened and get vaccinated. Of course, the screening is free, but the vaccination is at a token, as they've announced earlier. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. All protocols duly observed. My name is Pharmacist Obiageri Iku, and I'm here to do something on strategies for vaccinating adolescents and adults. I'm a community pharmacist, and most of what I'm going to say here are things that I did in the pharmacy and the community to enhance vaccination. And I was working hand in hand with the Emzor vaccine, because at the time I started my journey, I decided to impact people in the area of vaccination, even though we are not licensed. Then, that was like 2018. I was looking for somebody to partner with, and I found a good partner in Emzor vaccine. They had a team that they put together that had a nurse, somebody that would do the testing, and they provided the vaccines. They provide both the test kits and the vaccine, so it made the work very easy for me. I wasn't afraid of, I'm the one vaccinating in the pharmacy, and then somebody will come and arrest me. So that way we went organizing vaccinating outreaches. We did over 8,000 vaccinations for hepatitis B, and then some other vaccines. I've come to share my experience. It's not all about the certificates and all that. A lot of us got the certificate at Abeokuta, Lagos, but we are not doing anything. From the statistics they are saying, it's like pharmacists are not really involved. They are not really involved. No matter where you are, you can be involved. Most of the things I want to share in my slide, I've already said it. He has said so many of them. Education is key. I'll start by defining who the adolescent is. So why I use my system? I don't understand. It's your system. This arrow. Well, by WHO, an adolescent Hello, Toby. I need your help here. Just be changing the slides for me. Let me. Who's an adolescent and all that? I know, but I can't. No. Yeah, the way the slide is. Can I use my own system? Not going. Vaccination is the administration of a vaccine to help the immune system develop immunity from a disease. The word vaccination can be used interchangeably with inoculation and immunization. Wow. No, the adolescents. It's not. Can I use the can't? It's not showing there. Can I get my own system and use it? Well, it's not coming out. An adolescent is a child from 10 to 19 years, while an adult from 19 years, according to WHO. There are a lot of some myths about vaccination. There are a lot of misconceptions about vaccination that makes the public, like he has said, reluctant to get vaccinated as adults and adolescents. As a pharmacist, you have to be aware of this and educate the patients. Whether you're a community pharmacist, a hospital pharmacist, in the industry. One of them says vaccines can make you sick. Like I heard when they were talking about the measles, they have these myths that vaccines can make you sick. That vaccines contain toxic substances. The pharmacist should always debunk the myth by assuring that the safety of the patient, assuring the patient of safety of the vaccines. Another myth is that natural immunity is just enough. Some people, like during the COVID era, some people just believe that their own natural immunity is okay. They don't need any other thing. Vaccines can cause deformity in babies. Most women within the childbearing age always have a concern about their babies. So some of the myths is like vaccines can cause deformity in babies. There's another myth that says, some people have this myth that vaccines can affect their reproductive organs. That's why some people don't take the vaccines. Let's go to some vaccine preventable diseases. You have the hepatitis A, hepatitis B, the human papilloma virus, the meningococcal disease, mumps, tetanus, shingles, chickenpox. These are all vaccine preventable diseases. There are so many vaccines that are available to adults. You have the COVID-19 vaccine, the influenza vaccine, the tetanus vaccine, the measles, mumps, rubella, varicella vaccine. Even for the adolescents, most of the vaccines that are available to the adults are also available to the adolescents.
So every time you want to next, press this down button.
The up one is for.
Up one is going back. Going back. Once to next, press it down button.
Toby, come.
No, when you press it to allow it to load.
Okay.
Then down. Down again. Just down again. Just allow it to give it a second to load. Down again. Because of the way the vaccine is.
Okay, the way the slides are. Sorry, look, let me just use this thing. Numbers you will get. There's underutilization of widely available role in ensuring that the gaps are filled so that diseases don't spread. Now there is access to vaccines, but people are not actually using them. So it's the duty of the community pharmacists to talk to the people about it. There was a time I was talking with the Emzor vaccine people, and when they gave me the number of the vaccines that expire on them every year, because people are not actually using it. How many people are actually into vaccinations? So most of the companies are actually, that's why sometimes after a while, you see a particular vaccine being scarce. Because by the time they import and they cannot sell, they don't have any other option, but they have to wait to make sure that there is real demand for these vaccines. Then the community pharmacy is supposed to be a very convenient place for people to come and take their vaccine. Thank God, so many of us have our certificates for vaccination, and ACPN is working seriously to make sure that community pharmacies can administer vaccines legally. Then in the community pharmacy, most times we don't charge for consultation. So people can actually come there and you talk to them about their vaccine needs and all that. They're free because you can't just walk into a hospital and say you want to talk to them about vaccines. Most times, first of all, you have to pay your consultation fee before you get somebody to talk to. But in the community pharmacy, anybody can walk in there and get any kind of information they want. Community pharmacies offering vaccination programs serve to complement the healthcare system to increase the number of providers and setting in what patients, which patients can receive vaccines. Then another thing, the use of flyers, posters, banners to pass information on the need for vaccination. Because most times there's a lot of ignorance in the system, whether you like it or not. Yesterday was our ACPN World Pharmacist Day, and we went out to talk about fake drugs. You'll be surprised the kind of ignorance that is in our system. When you're telling people they should not buy from people that are carrying on their head, people that sell drugs on their head, when you talk to people, they'll be looking at how, if you say we should not buy from this, where do we buy from? Sometimes they don't actually know who the pharmacist is. So we took time to start, apart from talking about fake drugs, we started talking to them about who the pharmacist is. And there's this conception that they have that the pharmacy is an expensive place. that the pharmacy is for rich people. So we have to start educating them that the pharmacy is for everybody. The kind of drugs you buy from those people that are carrying things on their head, you can also get better ones at cheaper prices from the pharmacies. But they don't believe it. So there's a lot of ignorance. People don't actually, you would think that people know. People don't actually know. Because sometimes, okay, there was an incident that happened at my place. And in my pharmacy, it was one on the days that we were talking about vaccination, we were doing vaccination. And a pastor, opposite where my pharmacy is, there's a big Deeper Life Church over there. So that place is like where they do their marriage counseling. So the pastor came and when he heard me talking about vaccinating the other partner when somebody has hepatitis B, he was surprised. So he sat down and told me, Madam, you have to come and talk to my marriage committee. That do you know what they do? That once one person is tested positive for hepatitis B, the other person, they don't allow the marriage to go. They don't allow the marriage to go. They just tell the person, this marriage, we cannot join you people together except you want to do it on your own accord. So when I was talking about it, that if you carry out a test for hepatitis B vaccination and the other person is negative, you can vaccinate the other partner. The man was shocked. And since that day, they started doing it. And what they did was, in fact, the first person they brought for me, they brought a woman and said, this woman, the husband has hepatitis B. But they were about saying they will not join the couple. But that thing the man heard, they now told the woman to come for vaccination. So passing information is very, very key. Then the hospital pharmacist. Hospital pharmacists can promote proper immunization by identifying patients in need of immunization during the process of counseling. Of course, the hospital pharmacists counsel people that come for their medication. Tasks that support this objective include gathering immunization histories, encouraging use of vaccine profiles, issuing vaccine records to patients, preventing immunologic drug interaction, and screening patients for immunization need. For example, patients on dialysis and HIV should be advised to get immunized against hepatitis B. So the hospital pharmacists, you see a lot of people too. You see a lot of patients. What are you doing with those patients? If pharmacists are really going to be involved in immunization, you have to start by talking to them. The people that you talk to, that come to you every day, have you been, even if the person is coming to collect drugs for hypertension, for diabetes, you can even ask the person, have you taken vaccines for so? Have you taken vaccine? So from there, you are gathering information about the people you are attending to. So everybody is a collective role. Everybody has a role to play. Assess immunization status of your patient at every encounter at your pharmacy. Stay informed. Implement protocols. The hospital can decide to implement a protocol and say, for now, every woman that comes into our pharmacy, we have to make sure that this woman has been vaccinated against the HPV virus. You can do it as a hospital. Just set up protocols and follow it. You can recommend, share reasons why it's right for the patient, talk about positive experiences with vaccination, address patient questions and concerns. You administer or refer, document vaccine received by your patients. Very, very important. So document vaccines. Because sometimes, this period that you have a lot of people that are moving out of the country. A lot of people, they jackpot this time around. So you find out that some of them are going for studies. Some of them that want to study abroad. I had an incident when a young girl came to me and said, Madam, we did hepatitis vaccine with you. But our card, thank God, Emzor vaccine gives cards that you can record the vaccination you gave to your client. So this little girl, teenager, kind of came and said, we did vaccination with you, but I can't find my card. And where I'm going to now, there's a record of As she's going to the UK, there's a record of, she has to show record of all the vaccines she has taken. She was born. So I had to start going through my record to see the day we gave her the vaccines. And the school actually accepted that particular record. Even though they have a way of doing their own checks too, they still said they are going to test the patient and... Okay. Thank you. So they said they are still going to check to know whether she's really immunized against those vaccines. The industrial pharmacies. Maintaining proper standard, quality, storage, and proper use of the vaccine is also the duty of the industrial pharmacist. Providing point-of-care test kits to encourage community pharmacists' involvement in the test for vaccine. That's what Emzor is doing now. Because most times for them, if you buy their vaccine, for example, the hepatitis vaccine, if you're buying like 50 doses, they're giving you 50 test kits to make sure that the people that you're testing. So it removes the problem of you going to purchase your own kits. Administrative measures, public education, we've talked about this. Opportunities for pharmacists in vaccination. There are so many opportunities. Reduction of global hepatitis B burden is one of it. WHO advocates zero hepatitis by 2030. What are we doing as pharmacists? By 2030, if anybody is not vaccinated, the person is on their own. No? Because we don't even know whether the vaccines will be phased out, or we don't know whether the vaccines will be very expensive by then. So for now, WHO is advocating zero hepatitis by 2020. So we can key into this particular goal and set it for ourselves and our community. Like when I was trying to set hepatitis goal for my community, what I was saying, I said I wanted to vaccinate like 1,000 people in this community. Let me be sure that I vaccinated 1,000 people in the community. That was the first goal I set for myself. And gradually we started doing it. 10, 100, just like that. Cervical cancer prevention program, very key. For cervical cancer, you have to be targeting young girls. Young girls, not only women. Because the vaccine, you can start taking them from like 9 years. So, for cervical cancer, we went to schools. We wrote our letters to schools and told them that we are doing this vaccination, told them the importance of the vaccination and all that. And some schools bought into it. We also talked to women group, to churches. To churches. Wherever we see human being gather, we just think about how are we going to talk to these people. We talked to churches and some women also bought into it. In fact, there was a particular church I talked to and I said, I talked to them about vaccinating their women group. They all agreed. At the point, when we told them the cost of the vaccine, they were like, they didn't want to do it again. Do you know the pastor's wife collected her daughters herself and came and met me? I think we were even in a conference then. She was calling me that this vaccine, she wants to take it for her family. That if the other women are not taking, she's going to take. I had to even refer her to Miss Lawal, Victory Drug. I said, go there, they are going to give you. I'm not around. So she went there, vaccinated herself and her 3 daughters. So for some time, when you talk about vaccine, you might be thinking that it's not hitting in some quarters, but you wouldn't know that some people are feeling it. Then there's another incident of a lady that came out when I was talking about cervical cancer vaccine. She told me that he was putting pressure on me that she wanted. But me, I was looking for numbers. Meantime, I look for numbers. I'm like, let me get like 10 people. Because you can't tell maybe the people that are bringing the vaccine, that they are bringing vaccine for one person. You know? I said, let me get like 10 people. She just came and told me that she's vaccinating herself and her 3 daughters, that they are about to go back to school. I didn't even know that her mother had cervical cancer. I didn't know. So later she was telling me that if I go to Lut, that cervical cancer is like malaria. She was just telling me if I go there, that it's like malaria. I was like, you know, sometimes when we talk about disease prevention and all, the people don't actually believe until they witness it. So probably when her mother had that issue and they were spending per week, they were spending, still the woman died. Then typhoid vaccines as vocation for travelers, people that are traveling. We see people traveling. December now, people start going to the east and all that. People travel outside the country. You can advise them to go for the typhoid vaccine. These are the ways, these are opportunities that pharmacists can look into and say, I'm choosing this. Let me just be doing typhoid for my clients. You can say, let me just do typhoid for my clients. They're always complaining, I have typhoid. How are you even sure it's typhoid? But by the time you get them treated, well, yeah, let's take this vaccine for some time and see whether it can stop. Pneumococcal meningitis vaccine. Pneumococcal vaccine, very, very important for elderly people. It's very, very good for elderly people. Further, most elderly people who take these vaccines, they hardly fall sick. They hardly come down with pneumonia. You know, sometimes when you see these vaccines, people feel because of the cost of the vaccine, some people don't want to take them. They feel it's expensive. When they calculate this vaccine, how much am I going to spend on taking this vaccine? They just said, they will say, no, let me leave it. But if you get elderly people, if you can have them, even if they cannot afford and their children can afford to give these vaccines to them, it's very, very effective. Tetanus prevention vaccines, setting immunization programs. You can do that. All of us can do it. We can set immunization programs. It's not a big deal. We can do it. If you need mentorship, the Emzor team, they are ready. I'm also ready to talk to you on how we're able to set up immunization program in different locations and people were able to. Concerning vaccines, I want you to look at this. Be relentless. It's not a day's journey. It's not a day's journey. Just do the best you can do. Just take it gradual. You mustn't have a vaccine clinic for you to vaccine. And all those certificates, the vaccination training we did at Abeokuta and the one they did in Lagos cost like 75,000 or so. So why carry your certificate and put it under your cupboard? How many people have you vaccinated? How many people have you touched their life as a community pharmacist? You see this vaccine thing they are talking about. If it's the patent medicine dealers that get this training, they will take it to another. They will vaccinate everybody. They will come out of the streets. They will vaccinate the whole world. I'm telling you. If they are doing, because most of the people that are championing vaccines, they are not even pharmacists. They are not pharmacists. They are community health extension workers. Most of them are the community health. They are walking up and talking to people that are vaccinated. How many people have you talked about some of the vaccine preventable diseases? Be relentless. Don't give up. We will get there. Thank you. Question time. Any question from any quarter?
Thank you, Pharmacist Obi, for the sharing of those experiences. But I want to ask you, you know, some of these vaccines or vaccinations, it has to be done 1 month, 0 months, the first dose, the second dose after 1 month, then the third dose, hepatitis B in particular, after 6 months. How do you know, people, maybe the first time, they just take everybody come inside, they take it. But second dose, maybe by that second dose, out of the 100%, you are now seeing maybe 80% of the people coming. Then in 6 months' time, that's when the compliance or adherence rate is very low. How do you ensure that at least maybe you still get like 70% of them coming back to take the vaccination? Then maybe let me ask pharmacist Toby. Now for defaulters, we've had cases like that. You mentioned issues when you are in religious body like that, in a religious settings. What I found out is that especially those of us that were disrupted by the COVID stuff, some people have taken first dose, second dose, then COVID came. Everybody, is straight to your tent. Some of the vaccine, like hepatitis B, can one start it again, and that's cervical cancer. Can you just say, start all over again? Or you have taken second dose, just continue. You've taken first dose, just continue like that. Thank you.
Thank you. For defaulters, it's not that in the journey, it's not that we didn't have defaulters, but I felt those defaulters, it happened because we did not give proper information. Initially, when we started our vaccination, we wanted people to just pay and start the vaccination thing. But when I saw that some people did not come back, in fact, there was one particular woman, she took the first dose and she didn't come back again. And, we collect their numbers and calls to remind you that you're supposed to have your second vaccination so time. We will set up the same vaccination programs that we did. Because if everybody took one this particular time, the next time it will be like the same period for everybody. So, and she didn't come. I was asking her, she told me that her husband, why didn't I tell her the bill for the whole vaccination thing? Why didn't I tell her that probably she got money from her husband and she could not get another one? You understand? That the man will not believe when she goes to tell him to give her another money for the vaccination. Do you understand? So what we started doing was, first of all, educating them that this vaccine, they're in 3 doses. Oh, this vaccine are in 3 doses. Are you ready to pay everything now? Or are you going to be paying it in bits? Proper education. If you don't take this one, if you take the first dose and you don't take a second dose, it's null and void. It's like you did not take anything. So I think with that, it helped them to know that if I'm ready for the vaccination, I'm ready. Some even pay upfront and say, okay, I'm paying you this amount for the 3 doses. So you are the one owing me the vaccine now. But there was even a case of somebody that paid me during that COVID period. And then we were taking hepatitis B vaccine, I think for 2,000. Now, how much is COVID? And I had to spend extra money to complete her dose. I had to buy because it was now more expensive. We're not doing it at that, maybe 5,000 for 3 doses that we started with. It was now more expensive because I was already committed to giving her the vaccine. I had to buy the vaccine more expensive to make sure. So the thing is, I had to tell her, I said, this vaccine, I'm getting it for you. Some of them will not agree. All they know is that I've paid you for vaccine. So I have to tell her that this vaccine, I'm just giving it to you at this cost. I'm even making a loss to give you this vaccine. So I had to make her see the reason. So most times I feel if you educate them properly, about the vaccine, that this is what it's going to cost you. Anybody that wants to key in, we key in. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may jump in okay, so we do this thing. I have a fully dedicated public health team, all right, which consists of nurses and public health professionals that do hepatitis screening and vaccination outreaches across the country. So if you need our assistance while your outreach is going on, let us know. We will come over, we'll support you. Now, if for those second dose and third doses, so we kind of just get database. So when you come, you fill in your name, and your phone number. So we have also a dedicated SMS reminder. So we liaise with you, the owner of the community pharmacy, when is it convenient to hold the second and the third doses. And then that week, we send a minimum of 2 SMS reminders to those people so they are aware so that they can come. Now, for those, in spite of that, some people will still not show up. Some not because of anything. Maybe they are not in town or they have a busy schedule and all of that. So we can then make like an in-house arrangement for those that will probably walk in later to take the vaccines. So that is also available if you need to. Okay, so there was a time when the school of thought is when if you don't take the follow-up doses within the minimum time, you have to start all over again. But, okay, but of course we know that science is progressive, and then WHO is saying that they should continue from where they stopped. So now, even for HPV, you don't have to continue with the shot, continue from where you stopped. So we should encourage them. So there's no need to start all over again, so that over 1 year, 2 years is quite some time. But if it is like a few months, yes. If it is over 2 years, then it's almost okay. So, but if it is still months within the month of 6 months, you know the old dosage is 0 to 6 months, yes. So if it is still through the yes, they can still continue. But if it is getting over 1 year to 2 years, then I think it's better to just start. I'll just run through the questions that I have here. How many doses make up the full course of hepatitis B vaccination? 3 doses, 0, 1, and 6. There's a how do we call it now? An accelerated schedule, all right, that is 0, 1, 3. Okay, so depending on individuals and availability. So for outreaches, we prefer to run the accelerated schedule because after 6 months, you will need a crazy reminder for some people to show up. Okay, so some people have even relocated. So 6 months is quite a long time. So we usually just run the accelerated schedule for that. And what is the cost of each dose of the vaccine? Okay, so we've tried to maintain the 1,000 naira for hepatitis B for a while, but FX is dealing with us. Seriously dealing with us. And it might not seem to be sustainable. The kind of meeting I have with finance is not nice at all. They just think I want to run a charitable organization within Emzor. So they said we have to be profitable. And honestly, if Emzor is not thinking long term, they will have discontinued the vaccine team. If they are not thinking long term, and with due respect to all of the big multinationals, they discontinued their marketing. GSK, Sanofi, they discontinued. So they put the vaccine on auto run. So no overhead cost. Yes. No overhead cost. And I'm telling you, Emzor, I'm looking at some faces. So we have a fully dedicated marketing team across the country. All right, so the overhead is huge. So the cost of the vaccine will be at the point of buying. Oh, yeah, ready to buy. Okay, all right. So, but I can guarantee. Okay, so as of today, I would say it's one of the reasons why we do not. If I've gone downstairs, we might not be able to vaccinate today. We'll just run the screening and then get back to you. My vaccines are just arriving in the country as we speak. Yes. So finance still has to give me the breakdown, freight. Oh God, we have to get a different shipping company or a freight company to bring that up, not directly again, because the expenses are just crazy. And so please bear with us. We are trying the best that we could so that none of this comes to you at an outrageous price. And I can guarantee you, it will not. Maybe the difference will be 200 or 300 naira at the very maximum, or at the worst 500. Thereabout. Or 1.5, thereabout. Okay, so where can they be obtained on a regular routine basis? Okay, so my office address is 9 Edic Building in Ilukweju. Like I said, I have a dedicated public health team so you can walk into Emzor office anytime if you need it to be gotten. But if you pull a call to us, the one in Ilukweju, Town Planning Road, Ilukweju, that's where Emzor Administrative Office is now, not the Solo one anymore. They are trying to make the Solo one a much more than so. But you can give us a call too. What number? Okay, I'm going to give me a second. Yeah.
Let's give them the phone number so they project it on the screen. Everybody can take it. And then we'll quickly round up this session by saying thank you to Emzor and the team for a wonderful time, an engaging presentation. Let's put our hands together for them. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Emzor. So right now we're going to be going on to the session sponsored by GSK, and I will be inviting pharmacist Ijoma Eruchalu to conduct that session very quickly. Please put a round of applause for GSK. They've been long-term partners, and we are going to find Pharmacist Toby for mentioning that name, right? Also, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to this GSK session for GSK. That young man I was on GSK, where is he? Toby, we'll take it outside of here, you and I together. But yeah, so we are going into two GSK sessions. I'm sure it's going to be very interesting and very, very impactful. We're talking about two very important diseases we have in Nigeria: chronic asthma and benign prostatic hyperplasia. You might wonder why are we doing that, right? But I do know that all of us know that pharmacies are one of the most accessible healthcare providers in Nigeria. And so chances that people that have these ailments will come to us first, wherever you are, to ask questions. So we want to discuss on asthma and BPH and to be able to empower ourselves to be able to help our patients better when, not if, when they come to us to ask those questions. So to start off, we'll take on the asthma discussion for the first hour. I know we have 2 hours. And the first speaker I will call on this morning or afternoon will take us through asthma management in adults and in children. I want to thank you. I want to call on our country medical director. He's a friend of the house. We all know him, Dr. Omolaja Odunuga. Nikolaja. Thank you.
Okay.
Is it moving?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure it's been a long day. And one of the challenges of having this kind of session in the afternoon session is that sometimes people are tired. So we need to bring back the energy back to the house. And because I'm privileged to be holding the mic, that means I can direct and tell everybody what to do. So what I'm going to ask everyone to do is to stand up from your seat and say hi to your friends that you have not seen in a long, long, long time. And come back and do that in 2 minutes. Hi. Good. Okay, can we settle down? Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we settle down now? Can we settle down now? So, can we settle down now? Yes, so thank you, everyone. Can we settle down now? Thank you, everyone. My name is Laja Odunuga, and I'm the country medical director for GSK. I'm a consultant public health physician, a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College. And I can conveniently claim that as men of honor, we join hands. Yes. Because my late father-in-law was a pharmacist, and I'm married to a pharmacist. So this afternoon, I am going to be talking about asthma. And I think it's important for us to take some time to listen to this presentation because it's actually something that is becoming a very serious problem in our nation, which unfortunately we do not pay attention to. So I'm going to start by defining what asthma is. And in the course of my definition, I will plead some indulgence that we take critical look of some of the words that we're going to use there, because it's going to improve our practice. Asthma is defined as an heterogeneous disease which is usually characterized by chronic airway inflammation. I want us to underline the word inflammation. And is defined by history of respiratory symptoms such as wheeze, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and cough that vary over time. I want us to underline that word vary over time, because it's going to be important as we reflect on how we manage. I've mentioned chronic inflammation. That means all the time for a patient that has asthma, the airway is inflamed. And when it's inflamed, it becomes red, it is swollen. I've also talked about airway obstruction, which is caused by the muscles of the airway. When they contract and tighten, they narrow and make the opening smaller. And that makes it difficult for air to come in. I've also said that those muscles of the airway, they hyperrespond to allergens, which is quite different from what you have in other humans. So the cumulative effect of what I've described in the definition of asthma is that it's possible for somebody to have a symptom-free period, and it's also possible for you to have the symptoms. So it's possible for somebody to come to a facility and not be symptom-free, and you won't be able to find any symptom there. And it's possible for the person to come in a classic way of acute obstruction of the airway. And that's what defines asthma. In terms of the burden of disease, it's been said that over 350 million, according to statistics in countries where data are gathered, especially in the US, the prevalence of asthma is said to be over 350 million. Out of that 350 million, 250 million are symptomatic, and another 108 are asymptomatic. Don't forget that from the definition, what I told you, it is possible for somebody to be asthmatic, be symptomatic, and asymptomatic. It's also been said that over 3,000 deaths are related to asthma. And I'm sure that for all of us seated there, we can relate to that. We all heard about the death of Amaka Igwe. I'm sure we can remember. And we also know about Sam Loco. Those are Nollywood men and women that have actually died from asthma. And if we go over even in statistics, or even if we sit down to reflect, we, one way or the other, we have had 1 or 2 patients that have died from asthma. That shows the burden and the morbidity and mortality that are reports from asthma. Now, what are the risk factors for developing asthma? Because it's also very important. What I've done so far is to tell us about the definition, and I've also told us about the burden of the disease itself. What are the risk factors? There's the host factor, and there's also the environmental factor. And they both act cumulatively to trigger asthma. As a medical student in pediatrics, one of the things we were taught is that for a child that has history of allergic conjunctivitis, which we also call vernal conjunctivitis, and history of atopic dermatitis, for that child, you should look out for the history of the child developing asthma later in life. That has not changed. So you have those 3 incidences occurring. The child has vernal conjunctivitis, itchy, brownish eyes. He also has history of rashes on the body, atopic dermatitis. Then the third one you should look for is the bronchial asthma. And it has not changed. So even at adults, you can relate to host factor. It's also been said that some people are genetically predisposed to developing asthma, especially those who have history of atopy, which I've talked about. And don't forget that I also did talk about the airway hyperresponsiveness Some people's airway respond to allergens in a different way more than others. So those are the host factors. And of course, it's been known statistically that females have a tendency to develop asthma more than others. Those are the host factors that we talk about. Now, there are those things that we call environmental factors. Those are the ones that we can control. Indoor smokes. People who smoke within their houses. People who keep animals and birds within their homes. People who have cockroaches, who have molds, yeast, and other sorts of outdoor pollutions. Those are environmental factors that tend to trigger asthma. Of course, we also have history of some occupational incidences that tend to trigger asthma. When people work in some environments, it triggers asthma. We also know that diet and people who smoke are some of the environmental factors that also trigger asthma. So what I've tried to put together is that the likelihood of an individual developing asthma is predisposed to two cardinal things. First, the host factors, which we have talked about, and second one, the environmental factors. And all of them work together for the individual to develop asthma and come up with the symptoms that will eventually manage either in the emergency room or in the pharmacy outlet, which is usually the first port of call for most patients. Don't forget that most patients, when they leave their homes, they are not sure of what their illness is. And the first port of call in healthcare delivery in Nigeria today still remains the pharmacy outlet. And that's why it's very important for us to have a good understanding of this disease pathology and be able to do what is necessary and refer as the case may be. So, this is actually the schematic representation of inflammation in asthma. And it's important for us to actually note that the cardinal thing that occurs here is actually the release of the mast cells. It is the release of the mast cells that will lead to inflammation. Don't forget earlier, we did talk about the inflammation, we did talk about the narrowing, we did talk about the mucosal edema. All of them go towards reducing the narrowing. The typical thing that occurs in asthma is the fact that the airway is narrowed. And because the airway is narrowed, the individual is not able to breathe. And because he's not able to breathe, that means oxygen cannot go in and carbon dioxide cannot go out. That's just the simple thing about it. So what we have here is just what leads to it. And I'll tell you that the basic thing is that forget about the interleukin 1, 2, 14 and all that are released. All of them go towards one endpoint. And that endpoint is the release of mast cells, basophils, eosinophils. And what do? They are all inflammatory agents. And because they are inflammatory agents, they make the mucosal wall to be swollen, edematous, and reduce the opening. And that is the basic pathology of it. The basic pathology is that the airway is reduced and the individual cannot breathe properly. So, this is just a typical example of what the airway is in the case of an individual who has asthma compared with an individual who does not have asthma. So, let's see. So, this is what you see in a case of individual who has asthma. I don't know why I watch this. I'm trying to point it. Okay, so the other one is what you see, the asthmatic airway. You could see the edematous of the muscles and the cell wall around the airway, resulting in the narrowing. And the other person who has a normal airway, you could see that the opening is wider, which makes it very easy for the individual to breathe. That is the simple pathology of what happens in asthma. So sometimes when an asthmatic patient either comes to you as the first port of call or he goes to the emergency room as the first port of call, it is important for us to have at the back of our mind that other things can actually cause that airway obstruction. and that difficulty in breathing, first thing that comes to mind is this person suffering from COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is actually a common thing because subsequently, if the airway continues to be obstructed after a long time, you find it that it results in COPD. Could the person have what is called cardiac asthma, which is actually a form of left ventricular failure? Could the patient have tuberculosis? Could the patient have aspirated food, especially in children? When a child aspirates sweets or aspirates, children are very funny. Children have been known to aspirate sharpener, sweets, or any object. They also find it difficult to breathe. So could that have resulted from that? Could it be as a result of lower respiratory tract infection or a congenital heart disease? So these are just the differentials of it. Now, it's important for us to classify asthma and for us to have at the back of our mind that the GINA guidelines has gone ahead to classify asthma depending on the severity and the symptoms into mild, moderate, and severe. Now, this basis of classification will influence your decision-making because you have instances. Don't forget I said earlier that the symptoms vary over time. And because the symptoms vary over time, the management approach also varies over time. So you have patients who are dyspneic only with activity. It's only when they run, that's when they are dyspneic. Those ones are classified as being mild. When patients are dyspneic all the time, and that dyspnea limits their activity, they are classified as being moderate. When the patient is dyspneic at rest, he cannot breathe, even as everybody is sitting there now, and that person is classified as having severe asthma, and that person needs to be appropriately managed. So even if you look at the management, they said the person that is mild, that means he's only dyspneic with mild activity. With activity, you can treat that person at home. Go home, continue to use your controller medication, and use your short-acting beta agonist as at when necessary. For patient who is moderate, probably needs an emergency visit, we need a short-acting beta agonist 1 or 2 times. And for patient who is severe, that requires an emergency care. And for those patients, they might even end up in the ICU. So the treatment modality is also a function of the severity of the illness. And don't forget, there have been instances of patients going or coming in as status asthmaticals, when no matter what you do, the breathlessness continues for a very long time and sometimes results in death. So I want us to look at this schematic diagram, and this is actually the fundamental basis of whatever we do, because this is actually the pathology. Because we are scientists and we are evidence-based, this should inform the basis of whatever we do in management of asthma. And I will tell you where. So there are 2 things that occur in cases of patients with asthma. The first one is the smooth muscle dysfunction, which is as a result of the bronchoconstriction, the airway bronchial hyperactivity, and the hyperplasia, and finally, the inflammatory mediator release. The schematic diagram I showed you earlier, I told you about the mast cells and the release of the mast cells and all that. All that will lead to smooth muscle dysfunction. Now, if the smooth muscle dysfunction continues for a very long time, the airway becomes remodeled. And that's why I said that that patient with bronchial asthma, if he's not properly managed, will end up with COPD as a complication. Now, if we look at all this schematic diagram, it also influences the kind of way that we manage patients with asthma. And that's why when a patient comes to a facility, or a patient comes to a facility, either the emergency room or comes to the pharmacy, and the patient is given oral tablets, you wonder whether the individual knows what he's doing or not, and goes home. what the oral tablet will do, apart from the systemic effects, yes, it will stop the inflammation, but it's not acting at the point of action. When you are managing a case of asthma, gold standard, there should be two things that comes to mind. And both of them have a synergistic effect. The first one is the long-acting beta agonist, which will release the constriction. The second one is the corticosteroid, which will reduce the inflammation. We all know that from our basic science. Steroid will reduce inflammation. The beta agonist will reduce constriction. That's the science of the management. We get it right. So, you ask yourself, what is the most ideal route to deliver it? Do you want to give it as oral when it will go to other parts of the body? We all know now, we did pharma. Yes. When you take it by oral, it goes through the GIT. It's going to be breaking down. It goes into your bloodstreams. It goes to all parts of your body. When you take it as inhalational, it goes straight to the point of action. That's the basis of, and that's the science behind it. So how do we treat asthma? Just like I've said, it should be inhaled, oral, or injection. That's it. It should be inhaled, not oral. You could give injection to relieve an exacerbation, but you should be inhaled. So what I'm saying now is that for those of us that still gives oral prednisolone and oral salbutamol, it is old school. Yes, it is old school. And it is not backed by science. And that's why when you give those oral tablets, the patient will come back to you and tell you that I'm feeling my heart is panting, my heart is beating very fast, I sweat. Those are all signs of the side effects of the drug working in other parts of the body. That is why when you give that person oral prednisolone, he begins to gain weight. And he begins to have problem with the husband at home. You are the one that have caused it, because you are the one that have given prednisolone without telling him. Whereas, if you have just given intranasal corticosteroids, it will have done the same effect. So, what do we expect? We should give inhalational medication in management of it. And these are just some pictures that shows the diagram. Now, I will conclude by telling us that even in your choice of your inhalational corticosteroids, you should take into consideration the formulation, the bioavailability, and the clearance rate. And studies have shown that fluticasone propionate has the most potent anti-inflammatory profile. Of all the intranasal corticosteroids, fluticasone propionate has the most potent anti-inflammatory profile. And when you have at the back of our mind the pathogenesis of asthma, you will agree with me that in your choice of ICS, you should pick the one that has the most potent anti-inflammatory profile. Because we have said that the basis of the asthma pathology involves around that inflammation. So, in summary, what we have done in a very short time this afternoon is for us to go through the basis of the pathology and for us to have at the back of our mind that there are two things that are happening for that asthmatic patient. The first one is that there's inflammation, there's constriction, and all that leads to the narrowing of the airway. Now, in managing your patient, you should target towards one, reduce the inflammation, which is what your intranasal corticosteroids will do. Second, reduce the airway constriction. which is what your long-acting beta agonist will do. And we concluded by saying that it is better to have them as inhalational because they go straight to the site of action and they have better site of action than having them as oral when they go through, they have to go through other systems in the body. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Jamin. I'm also from GSK. As men of honor, we'll join hands, right? So I'd like us to do a little exercise. Dr. Laja said we should greet our friends, right? So let's do another exercise. Now this exercise is only you that are going to do it. So let's take our hands this way, and let's close our doors. Hope you are closing it very well. I'm not closing my... Okay, no, well, let's do it again. So let's go. Was it comfortable? Was it? We can go on and on. So distinguished colleagues, right? This is what a typical asthma patient goes through during an attack or every day. And why is this important? It's important because if we are not offering that pharmaceutical care, if we're not offering that big role that is expected of us as pharmacists, obviously this patient's quality of life will be diminished. And I believe that gatherings like this is enough avenue for us to take action and move forward to ensure that these patients are doing better based on our pharmaceutical interventions. So why is it important that we are having this meeting? Why are we not going to the doctors? Why are we not in Lutz, in a pulmonary clinic? This is because as pharmacists, we are ably placed to perform a very critical role when it comes to asthma management. And that's the reason because when you look at our knowledge, of course, for anybody to go to pharmacy school, I want to believe that you are very brilliant. Are you not? For you to pass that pharmacognosy, some of us did not see trichomes, but we drew it. We drew it, we passed. Exactly. So we are professionals, we are brilliant, right? So it means that we need to translate that into the quality of life of our patient. And that's because from our teachings and our education in the pharmacy school, even from programs that we've attended over the years, we have very strong background in long-term disease like asthma, like diabetes, like hypertension. And I know majority of us, or some of us in community setting, we have even gone ahead to even procure BP machines, right? Even the glucometer. We put it there. We even say, oh, free, come, we'll check it for you, right? Because we are trying to do some kind of social service. Why are we doing that? Because we are going beyond just 2-3 times a day. We are trying to do other interventions, and that makes us valued healthcare professionals. But we need to translate that not just to diabetes, not just to hypertension. We need to translate that to asthma. Because asthma is same as the hypertension that you see. It's same as the diabetes that you see. So why are we not taking our roles? And you know one thing? You don't even need to do anything. You don't need to procure any BP machine. You don't need to procure any glucometer for you to have an integral part in the lives of this patient. By the time we go to this presentation, you realize that you have minimal or no cost to perform a very critical role in the lives of this patient. We talked about access. I believe that every one of us, majority of us probably have a community pharmacy. And when it comes to healthcare, we are like the go-to for any healthcare, for any patient to walk in. And that gives us a very critical, avenue in our society to ensure that any intervention we are making offers this patient a better quality of life, their communication. Am I speaking well so far? I'm speaking well, right? I believe I'm not the only one that can speak very well. We have very good communication skills. And that good communication skills is what we employ every day. When we are talking to our patient, when we are telling them, take three times a day, make sure you take this medication, avoid this. Those skills are very key. And that makes us very valued high care professionals. And this is what we deploy when it comes to management of these diseases, long-term diseases like asthma. So Dr. Laja talked about asthma being a two-component disease. It's very important that we take this into consideration. I won't want to belabor this, but just to know that it involves bronchoconstriction, it involves inflammation. And these are the two key components that is responsible for the symptoms that you see, short-term, and the long-term consequences, like the airway remodeling, which is irreversible. Now, imagine that a patient walks into your pharmacy, diagnosed to have asthma, and because we are not performing our critical role over time, this patient's lungs become irreversible. And at the end of the day, probably just dies. And we say, oh, the people in the village, we like calling village people. This is not village people. This is us ensuring that we are taking our stand to ensure that we reduce the accusation of the village people. Let's bring it back home, right? So, inflammation, this is now the point that is very important that we need to take note of. So we usually see these patients wheezing, coughing, having shortness of breath. That's what the typical thing we see when we envisage an asthma patient. Person just slumps on the floor, is gasping for air. Before we get to that point, there's something that's already happening, and that is the inflammation. And this inflammation is what we kind of like neglect, because oftentimes, a patient may be having inflammation, but might not be having symptoms. So, often at times, we are waiting to see that patient. Yes. Wheezing. No. That patient is having inflammation that we need to take care of. And you can see from the lungs, a normal lung that is quite open. I believe majority of us probably have a normal lungs, right? Hallelujah. But there are some people that don't have normal lungs, and that is why they are the asthmatic patient, which we need to take care of. And this takes me to the Heidelberg phenomenon. So majority of us know about the story Titanic, right? Who has watched Titanic? You watched it, right? So they were all playing. Merry, like it was all good, but there was something ahead, right? And that was what caused the destruction. So, exactly. So, the symptoms we see in the pharmacy, those are what you see, exacerbations. Maybe when they go to the doctor, they do lung function. We probably might not do lung function in a community setting, but you will definitely see those patients coming to your pharmacies. But when they come to your pharmacy, you probably might not be able to recognize that this is asthma. But there's some pointers you might likely get to know. So this patient is taking you, I'm coughing, I can't breathe properly, and you're giving a cough syrup. And the patient takes the cough syrup and comes back the next maybe 2 or 3 days and says, this cough is still there. And you probably just give something that contains salbutamol. And the patient says, oh, you are the most fantastic pharmacist I've ever seen in my life. And you're happy. You feel I've done a pharmaceutical intervention, but great job. There's another step. That salbutamol that has offered that patient a better quality of life is a pointer that, could this be asthma? Yeah. So, in a community setting, you probably have seen those symptoms, and you can now be able to make inference to say, okay, can you check back? And that is why a sheet has been shared with you, which we are going to look at, to just help us to have very valued conversation with our patients. So remember, the irreversible symptoms that you see are below. Airway remodeling. This is very serious, highly very serious. When it's remodeled, nothing can be done. So it's like a journey of no return. But we can stop it as pharmacists. So how can you intervene in the patient asthma care. How can you? Now, it's important to say that what we are saying here is not out of the skies. It's not hard. It has been done. It has been proven. And I believe I'm talking to Lagos State pharmacists in the Center of Excellence. Am I mistaken? Am I somewhere else? I'm not somewhere else, right? I'm in the city, the Center of Excellence. Okay. I'm assured. Excellent. Fantastic. So it means that we need to translate that. So, but let's see what some excellent pharmacists also did in some other clients. So in Australia, what happened is the fact that about 50 Australian pharmacists, they wanted to check how can we ensure that the asthma care, control of asthma, we can play a role. You know, it's easy for you to fight for relevance without data. But data can fight for you when you are not there. Am I correct? Fantastic. So it means that yes, data. Yes, data. So this guy said, okay, let's see our intervention. Let's see how we can improve the quality of life of patients who have asthma. So what did they do? They had a personalized training, focused on asthma control. They knew the criteria for asthma control, mentioned this to this patient. Then they also went further. So, okay, let's check to ensure that every pharmacist that would interface with this patient must know how to use the inhalers. If I had to take a poll now, how many of us know how to use the inhalers? You don't know, right? Don't worry, we will know today. So, they wanted to find out, okay, this pharmacist must know how to use the device. And what was the result? So you can see it was a 6-month intervention. So those who were taught how to use the inhalers, those who were taught the criteria for control, explaining this to the patient. Can you see the graph? You can see the orange graph and the green graph. Yes. So patients who were placed, who had the pharmacist intervention, which is the orange graph, can you see that their level of control was higher? This is data. And I am speaking to it in Nigeria. So why can't the Center of Excellence have a data that somebody in Togo and Cote d'Ivoire and Zambia can speak to say the Center of Excellence have done something, have shown their relevance in Lagos State, vis-a-vis in Nigeria. So, this is not just Australia. We went to another place, US. What happened? That's okay. Let's see how the impact of pharmacies can actually reduce asthma hospitalization and emergency visits. So let's see. Pre-pharmacist intervention, the gray and orange. The pharmacist intervention, what can you see? Reduction or it went higher? Reduction. This is data. It can't lie. So, when we talk about your role, when we talk about the intervention of the pharmacist, it has been, the right word would be that there's already a principle, there's already a template. It's not hard. We're not asking you to go and look for how to do it. It has been established. Thank you, sir. Established. Is there any other word I can use? Is there any other word? It's what? Oh, it has been proven. Okay. I'll look for more. See, proven, man. It has been proven beyond all reasonable doubt that one, it's called the care model. One, if you check the inhaler technique, the patient is coming, probably be prescribed an inhaler, and you are the pharmacist in a community setting. You are dispensing this inhaler. You as a pharmacist, do you know how to use the inhaler first? Very important, because it's what you know that's what you can tell somebody now, right? If you cannot give what you don't have. So, They said, check the inhaler technique. 2, assess adherence. In fact, this is linked. So if the person uses the inhaler technique properly, you actually really know. If the person is using it in the ears, there's a video. There's a video that is really, really funny. So they told the lady, okay, show me how to use your inhaler. Of course, the lady was like, I know how to use it. That's what your typical patient will do. That, Madam, do you know it? I know how to use it, because they don't want to feel embarrassed. Even you as a pharmacist, I'm sure that if I tell some of you now, show me how to, you just say, calm down. So the lady was told, okay, show me how to use the inhaler. And the lady was, okay, this is how to use it. And it became a perfume. Exactly. But that's the reality. So, check the inhaler technique. 2, assess adherence. 3, the R, review. Then 4, educate and counsel. So we'll go into details of this. So, care, like we mentioned, you need to check the inhaler technique. So we have 2 inhaler devices, the pressurized metal-dose inhaler and the dry powder inhalers. How many of us are familiar with this one? So the pressurized metal-dose inhaler, something that's familiar as like Ventolin, Secretariat inhaler, then the dry powder, of course, Secretariat. But do you know that a lot of patients, particularly for this metal-dose inhaler, they don't know how to use it? They don't. And do you know why they don't know how to use it? Permit me to still say that we are the cause. Are we not the custodians of drugs? So if the patient cannot use it, whose fault is it? So you said the producer. Okay, the producers are here. So the producer is not telling you, the pharmacist that is seeing the patient, do it right. You said? So the thing is, for those who have for these inhalers, you see them, they cannot coordinate. They are not using the breath. They can't hold their breath properly. Sometimes they inhale so rapidly. Then also, for some, they don't even, like she said, give the wrong place. It becomes a perfume. So how do we use it properly? So for the metal dose inhalers, you remove the cap, you shake it, right? What else? You breathe out. Of course, you prime. Thank you. You prime. You shake, you prime to be sure that there's something there. Then you breathe out. You breathe in. As you press, you breathe in. Then you hold your breath. I'm not sure majority of the patients who are taking these inhalers are doing this. I'm not sure. And that is why maybe when you give them the Secretariat, they'll say the Secretariat is not working. It's not the Secretariat though. It's the what? Technique, yeah. So, I should go back. You want to snap? Oh, snap. Because after snapping it, I'm going to hold you responsible. Okay, so should I go to the next slide? All right, thank you. Yes, you can snap and show the patient, right? So let's look at the common technique when it comes to the discourse. So you see some people, the same thing. They're not inhaling properly, not holding their breath. So what's the right way to actually use the Secretariat discourse? So we're going to watch a video quickly. Okay, there's no sound, but just take a look at the video. Is it clear? Morning and night. So please watch it too, because I have it here. You come and demonstrate it. Right? Practical. So we have seen theory. There will be practical. So should I go back? Okay. All right. So let me do it again. All right. So look at it carefully. All right. So we'll do that later. We'll do the practical demonstration later. So basically, you can also take this. So all the steps has been put in a checklist. So you can snap this if you want to. It's not legible. Okay, we'll do something about it. We'll do something about it. So it is just basically the steps you're supposed to take when you are checking the inhaler technique. So remember, we said it's called the CARE model. So we have talked about C, which is check inhaler technique. Then A is assess adherence. So how do you assess adherence? One, a patient is coming to your community pharmacy or to the hospital, and the patient is coming and using the reliever medication, Ventolin inhaler, all the time. You need to check that. You need to be sure. How come this patient is using Ventolin all the time? Do you have Seretide? You need to ask those questions. It's very, very important, because there is no management protocol that says patient will use Ventolin alone. It is outdated. Please, it is outdated. No patient can be on Seretide, Ventolin alone. So you want to ask those questions. They want to check the frequency of refill that this patient are asking for. Like I said, how often does he ask for the Ventolin? Lastly, you want to check the inhaler technique. Then the third one is review medication. Now, we talked about something very important. I've been mentioning control. What is control? Control means that this patient will not have daytime symptoms, or probably would have it twice or less than in a week. So those wheezings, those coughing, those shortness of breath, you shouldn't have it less than twice in a week. Then two, this patient should be able to go about their normal activity. All of us know David Beckham, right? David Beckham, we know him, right? He was asthmatic. Even our famous MI, the musician, is asthmatic. But does that stop him from singing? He just released an album recently. So what does this mean? It means that your asthma should not limit you from living your best life that is possible. Two, that patient should not use their inhalers, that is Ventolin inhaler, twice. Should use it less or twice in a week. That means that patient, if at all is going to use a Ventolin inhaler, he should use it only twice in a week. But what we see in some cases, patients who are asking for inhaler, they're using it up to 4 or 5 times in a day. So we want to check that. And that will mean you want to ask those questions. So let's take the leaflet that I gave to you guys. So this is how you review the medication, assess control. So this is called the asthma control test. So the asthma control test basically is just measuring how well controlled is this asthma that this patient has. So if you look at the checklist there, it has a lot of questions you're asking. During the last 4 weeks, what were your symptoms? Basically, I don't want to run through that now because we are pressed for time. But if you take those checklists and the patient asks those questions, and you cumulatively add everything together, and the patient scores between 5 to 19, that patient asthma is not controlled. That means it's either one, the patient is not using a controller medication, or two, probably using a controller medication, but not using it properly. So you are drawing inferences from this. Then, if the patient scores from 20 to 25, bravo, that patient's asthma is being controlled. And this is what we need to do as community pharmacists, as hospital pharmacists, to show our relevance. This was what those guys did in Australia and also did in the US that we saw. They just deployed this asthma control test vis-a-vis the checking the technique of how to use the devices. So, what we mentioned that we said, oh, we are the pharmacist in Lagos State, the excellent pharmacist. Excellent pharmacist means that you have the asthma control test now. A copy is free of charge. If you need more, we have copious quantities in GSK. We'll send to you. In your pharmacy, become that flagship pharmacist that is checking people's asthma control. That is how we distinguish ourselves from the patent medicine dealers. That's how we show relevance with data. So, educate and counsel, both new and existing patients. So, when you see a patient that comes into your community pharmacy or into the hospital, some of us are in hospital practice, right? You see those prescriptions for the either Ventolin or Seretide. You don't just give the medication, patient is walking away. No, we need to take a step further to check. Patient, do you know how to use this device? Do you know how to, what do you know what you need to look out for? Do you know how to identify the triggers of your asthma? And also, what are the lifestyle modifications you need to make? These are simple information that we as pharmacists can have. At the point of when the patient is leaving, you can just chip in these tips to this patient. And forever, the patient will feel grateful to you. So, as a co-pharmacist, as the excellent pharmacist, I want to believe that when next we come to this gathering, we will not be sharing data from UK or Australia. We want to share data from Lagos State, from the pharmacists in Lagos State. Like I said, it doesn't really... Of course, you have the ACT cards. Simple things. It doesn't take much. We are not buying PP machine. You are not buying glucometer. These are simple tools. You need the dummy devices. We can look at it and see how can you have these things together. Yeah. So, when we talk about the control, we actually did something around the GO study. We talked about how can this patient live a better quality of life with their symptoms being controlled. And like I mentioned earlier, it had some certain criteria. It means that this patient will live life like is normal. So, what does Seretide offer your patients who have asthma? We talked about control. Control means patient lives like he doesn't have an asthma. So Seretide would proactively achieve and maintain asthma control. It will mean that your patient will have a good night's sleep. Their daytime symptoms is resolved. It means that they will have freedom of activity. It means that they'll have less need for their salbutamol inhalers. And Seretide offers flexibility, ease of use. You have the Evohaler, you have the Discourse. And what does this give your patient? It means that your patient would have a better quality of life. And beyond Seretide that we also have Flixotide. So if you look at this classification, it shows you intermediate, mild, moderate to severe. Seretide is indicated for moderate to severe case of asthma. But we also have Flixotide, which is indicated for mild case of asthma, be it persistent or intermittent. We have a leaf piece that clearly shows all this. We can get that across to your facility at the end of this presentation. So whatever step, like I said, that your patient will fall in, GSK has provided a GSK medicine for your patient. Ventolin, short-acting. Please give us a round of applause. Give it to us now. Give it to us. Give it to us. We deserve it. It's not easy. We deserve it. So we have Ventolin, we have Flixotide, we have Seretide. So no patient that have asthma, be it mild, moderate, deserves to die. They don't deserve to die. They don't deserve to live a low quality of life. So, as pharmacists, we should take on this action to say every patient who has asthma coming to your facility, hospital, community, we are taking charge and saying, as a co-pharmacist, excellent pharmacists will improve their quality of life, would help them to achieve asthma control, and will be better for it. And going to the team, we'll be united in action for an earlier world, for our asthma, for our what? Thank you very much. Yeah, so we would have the next presentation. After that, after the presentation, we'll all answer the questions together. So I'll call on my colleague, Raphael. Please, let's give him a round of applause. He's an handsome guy. Give him a round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Raphael Petu, and I am the customer manager for urology portfolio at GSK. I know we've just gone through a session that speaks about asthma. I'm sure we all have learned something new that we'll probably take with us in our practice. However, for this next session, I'm just doing a quick scan of the room, and I can see the number of men we have and the number of women as well we have. So I have just two, what I say is an advice. For the men, take it very personal. Listen with all attention, because everything, as a man, this is for you. Then to the women, I know you have husbands, brothers, right? Sons. Take it even more personal than your husband or more personal than the men. Because as much as possible, anything that happens to the man, it becomes a burden on you, right? Yes or no? Okay, very good. So, at the end of this particular session, these are the three things I hope to achieve. And I hope that after this session, we'll actually be very clear on what BPH, benign prostatic hyperplasia, actually is, and what would happen if this seemingly benign condition actually progresses. You know, when we say something is benign, right, it means it's not, we are not saying this is actually, it's not cancerous, right? When we say something is benign. So, however, if this progresses, what happens? That's what we'll see. And then we'll realize what the burden of this particular condition actually is. And finally, we'll understand what our role as pharmacists actually can be to improve the practice of this. So now, I know in other sessions, we try to do some exercise, right? So for this particular session, we'll try and see what we'll do today. So if you have your phones, you can just bring out your phones and go to the site that is up on the screen, vivox.app, or you can scan using the QR code. But if it's not very visible, just go to this to the site vivox.app and join using the number there, the ID there, 195-862-129. So I'll just give a few seconds for us to do this. vivox.app. Then join using the ID 195-862-129. Are we all there? Okay. So please, when you join, don't go off this page. The presentation will continue, but we'll utilize this as we go on. So please join. Okay? Are we good? Okay. So while we're joining, I'll attempt to make it more visible. So I'll put that up now. Okay. So can we still see this now? So it's the same thing, 195-862-129. That's the session ID. All right. So all right, great. So we are starting with this first statement here. And we can see this is a poll, so please feel free to select on the one which you think is right. Which of the following statements are true? 1, the prostate is present only in older men. BPH causes obstruction of the flow of urine. Okay, so the number is actually up on the screen. 195-862-129. Okay, and then finally the last question says that BPH increases the risk of prostate cancer. So you can pick one option, and then we would, I think we have about 23 people on the poll already. So just answer, and let's, I'll just give some time. We have 13 people answered, 14. Select one, just any of them. So are we there? So you can just tap on any of the options you think is right. Just tap on any of the ones that yes. You can actually pick just one. So just tap on any one you think is right. So I'm sure this is the first time we're doing this. So as we go on, it will get easier. Okay, it's not the first time. Very good. All right. So once you tap it, it's highlighted in an orange color. So just tap what you think is true, and we'll move on. Okay, so we have 28 answers. Okay, so I think we can proceed. So 30. Great. So this is how we've all answered this particular question. We said about 7% of us said the prostate is present only in older men. About 42% or 45% thereabouts said BPH causes obstruction of the flow of urine. And then the final one, we said BPH increases the risk for prostate cancer. So we said 50%, so let's say half of us in the room think that BPH increases the risk of prostate cancer. And actually, I don't know, somebody said it's also true, right? All right, so I think we'll see, let's just see what the correct answer for this actually is. And the correct answer is actually BPH causes obstruction of the flow of urine. So correct, okay, somebody says correct, very good. So this is actually one of the first things we'll be doing today. And I'll go back to the presentation so that we can continue from there. Right. So if 50% of us think that BPH actually increases the risk of causing prostate cancer, now let's see what we're actually going to do and what BPH actually truly is. First of all, we'll start with some of the basics. What is the prostate? And here we can see that the prostate, first of all, is a gland that is situated beneath a man's urinary bladder, right? And from this, there's something called the urethra. And so we can see the bladder, we can see the prostate gland, and we can see the urethra. So the urethra actually is the tube that passes from the bladder and through the penis and then passes through the center of the prostate. So that, is it yellow or mustard color? Yes, I think that's the right choice of color. So the mustard color that we actually see, that's actually the prostate gland. And it's actually present in every man, whether young or old. So we first of all dismiss the fact that BPH is, or the prostate is present in only older men. And that's actually one of the first things that we can actually see. And then we can see that the prostate normally is around the size of a walnut. That's the normal size of the prostate. And then in most men will continue to have this gland continue to grow throughout the course of their lifetimes. And then finally, when the prostate grows, it will typically double in two phases. So between the age of 21 and 50, and then again between the ages of 51 and 80. This is the point where men will begin to experience what we call the symptoms of BPH. Now, we are all pharmacists here, and I've had some interactions with some pharmacists, and I've heard a couple of things where they say, BPH, not really. That is for the doctor. And we don't really have so much to play there. And then also, I've been to the market space where I've seen the unauthorized, but there are a lot of herbal medicines. And then they are preaching prostate enlargement. Check this and cure prostate enlargement. And I'm wondering, is there something we are missing? So what you actually see is that a lot of patients, a lot of men actually would have BPH, but at the end of the day, they will only present at critical conditions. So that's why, again, I said at the beginning of the presentation, the men take it very personal, right? So that we'll actually see more as we go on. So now, this is what BPH actually is. And we say BPH is an enlargement of the prostate by the growth of new cells, and it's common as men get older. So we are right that the prostate is present in every man. However, BPH as a condition, because of the growth of new cells and increased growth of the new cells, the bladder and the prostate will continue to enlarge, and we'll see the cause of that as we go on. And then, what we talked about blocking the urine flow, we knew that was the correct answer from the last poll, and this is a reason why. It says that because the prostate surrounds the top part of the urethra, which we can actually see here, when the prostate enlarges, it begins to block the urethra. So the free flow of urine begins to shrink. And then what you see is a man coming to say that I cannot pass out urine freely. I'm sure those who practice in the community pharmacy, I'm sure you have a stash of, is it Contiflo, is it tamsulosin? I think so, tamsulosin, which a lot of men would normally come to refill, right? When you see men that above a certain age, say 40, 50, and they are always on this medication, at the back of your mind, you can say, I have this customer for tamsulosin. But I'm sure at the end of today, you will know what to do with that particular customer whenever he comes back again. So this is actually what's happening. That free flow of urine is beginning to stop. And that's why these men require these medications. So what we actually see is that BPH symptoms have two components. So the increased muscle tone first in the urethra and the prostate, and then the actual growth of the prostate. So when the prostate grows beyond its normal size, of course, it will shrink the urethra, and that's where we'll actually start to see problems. Now, when we look at all of this, we say, what exactly is BPH? And then what is it not? So first of all, we say BPH is not prostate cancer. So a man, I can tell you that a man, okay, let's take the second point. I would say BPH, first of all, is not prostate cancer. Secondly, it does not increase the risk of developing prostate cancer. So a man can have BPH, and that same man can also have prostate cancer. A man can have BPH without having or developing prostate cancer, and also a man can have prostate cancer without even having BPH. So these things are exclusive, because where these conditions, BPH and prostate cancer, occurs in the prostate, they are entirely different zones. And that's why it can actually occur simultaneously in one particular patient. So the myth around BPH would increase the risk of causing prostate cancer is actually false. And that's why actually one of the reasons we have taken that poll today. So I'm sure that's something that we would have disabused our mind of today. So we'll go on and we'll see more things as we go on. So now, how common is BPH in Nigeria? This is a study that actually has been done in Nigeria by some of the urologists. So a man, and like I mentioned, if we look at that particular trajectory of how the prostate doubles, right, the size of the prostate doubles, we'd actually see that it actually correlates with what we see here. So the first part, a man that is between 41 years to 50 years, there's a prevalence. You will see that you actually will see about 20% of these particular people having these clinical symptoms of BPH. Whereas where you go a bit higher, 51 to 60, you actually have 45% of men actually having BPH. So if I say 45% of men, and I'm looking at the age range, 51 to 60, I'm not really sure I'm very good at guessing the ages of people, but I can see men around. I don't know how old. So this is just a pointer. Are you within this age range? That's something that you should check. The question you should ask yourself, when last did I go to the clinic to do a routine screening of prostate health? To check my prostate. That's something that you should be at the back of your mind. So the women here, you have husbands within that age range. That's the next question you should ask him when you get home. When last did you do this? So that you don't have a burden on your hands in the front. So now we look at those within 61 to 70 years, and we say 65% of men are actually affected. So it means if you have 10 men in this particular age group, about 6 of them will be affected with BPH. So the question is, are they detecting it early enough so that they can do something about it? Or will they wait to that critical point where they cannot pass out urine and they have to be rushed into the emergency room and then a catheter is passed through? That's also another thing that we actually want to see. And then finally, we can see when you have aging, you have 71 to 80 years, you actually have men that actually, 95% of patients will actually have BPH. So this is more of the reason why people will say, it's a disease of the elderly. This is actually the reason, because it progresses with age. So that's actually what we are actually going to see here. So now, in terms of symptoms, these are some of the bothersome symptoms that BPH actually impacts the life of the man. And when a man actually has BPH, what you actually will see is that, yes, he has difficulty passing out urine, wakes up frequently at night to urinate. Now, it might look like it's just the man is affecting. However, like I said, the women, it would also affect you because this will affect the quality of life. Imagine a man, you are traveling with your husband on the road and he has to stop multiple times to actually use the restroom. That actually would interrupt the flow of your journey. That's actually one of the things. In the littlest ways. Or you actually have a man who is attending the wedding ceremony of his daughter. And just at the point where they are calling the daughter out, he has missed that moment. And that is a moment he cannot get back. It looks minute, it looks simple, but these are the way it affects your life. So all of these symptoms here, we talk about difficulty with starting the free flow of urine, the urgency to urinate, the frequent daytime urination, and of course, let's not forget, when this man is having some of these symptoms, there is no way he's going to come and say that, that's when you have some women complain, my husband doesn't come to me anymore at night. Nothing. That is actually some of the reasons why. Because this would also affect him as a man. And then you also will see feeling that your bladder is not empty, even though you have just urinated. So you just urinate right now, and in the next 3 minutes, you are getting up to use the restroom again. The common excuse is that the weather is very cold. But trust me, it's not true. The weather is not very cold. That there's something wrong. It should be a pointer that you should check. Okay? So that's actually another thing. So now, at this particular point, we'll look at another poll. So we can go to the same site we were on just now. You don't need to do anything if you have been on that side. We'll just continue from where we stopped. So you don't need to do anything. So we'll just the questions will change now. Great. So the questions have changed now. So we say, as a condition, BPH is 1, an acute condition and treated in the short term. It's a chronic condition and treated in the long term. Or it's a normal part of aging and needs no treatment. So I think we can pick the correct answer now. So we have 31 people. So 15 have answered, 18, 21, 22. I think I'll just wait till we get to about 30, 25, 26, 27. Okay, 29, 30. Okay. So let's see what the correct answer actually is, or how we voted. So we said, and 21% of us said that BPH is an acute condition and is treated in the short term. Then 75% of us said BPH is a chronic condition and is treated in the long term. And then 3% of us say it's a normal part of aging and needs no treatment. I want to believe that those 3% of people, they are not in this room. They are not. They can't be in this room. They are not here. They are not here. It's not true. I don't believe that. That 3%, they are not here. I don't know how they got into this boat, but they are not here. Online, and maybe the network is breaking somewhere, so they missed something. They've missed something, yes. I want to believe that they've missed something. From everything we've said, we've seen that it's not a normal part of aging and it requires treatment. So if you have a father that complains about some of these signs and these symptoms, it will be a pointer to say, okay, Dad, please, let's check. Let's go and check your prostate health and everything. And let's check, do you have BPH? It's something that is not routine in this part of the world. And very well so. In fact, there was a doctor who I knew, and he said, while he was in Nigeria, he never bothered to check. And then he traveled abroad, and for some reason, he was feeling some way. And the first thing they did when he went to the hospital, that was part of the things they did. And I remember very well, he called me one day and said, Raphael, please come to my office. There's a patient that needs a medication that you guys have. I was like, okay, I'll come. And I went. He said, this patient, he explained everything to me and said, this patient that you're about to give this particular medication, this patient I'm about to prescribe for, it's me. I'm the first patient to actually utilize it. And that's how this doctor actually started identifying more patients and actually prescribing medication. We'll see that in the course of the presentation. So we'll go back to our presentation and continue the story, this journey of ours. So now we've answered this question pretty well on as a condition what BPH actually is. So finally, we can see now, BPH is a progressive disease. And we can see this hourglass here. What happens if you leave it standing? The sand in there will continue to fill, right? And it will be full at some point. This is exactly what BPH actually is. Without altering the progression of this, it will continue to, and the prostate will continue to enlarge, and the symptoms will continue to increase till the point where you get to complication. It's either the man cannot pass out urine and he needs to be catheterized, or you even require BPH-related surgery. And BPH-related surgery, before now, I used to think that could be maybe one of the worst-case scenarios because, the man is going under the blade and a lot of things. However, it's not even worse. I have a friend who is that actually had BPH. And all the time he was around, never thought to visit the clinic. But by the time he traveled, he was admitted and was told that the complications of his BPH were actually affecting the kidney and different other parts of the body, and he was actually going to shut down the system. And that was the saving grace that, yes, his son was actually well-to-do, and they actually carried out a surgery on him immediately. He was not even allowed to leave the hospital. That's how bad it was. So that's actually what progression or a progressive disease can actually be like. So at the end of the day, this sand will fill up, and then you actually have the after effect. So we can say what the progression of the disease leads to. Worsening of the symptoms, that's number one. So from the normal, urinate 3 to 5 times, it probably is getting to 10 times. You are not even able to hold urine. And then I remember as a young pharmacist, when I started practicing in community pharmacy, I used to see some old men, they would come and they smell of urine. And I was like, what's going on? Then I didn't know that this was actually what BPH actually looked like. At that point, there's no retention. So the bladder, the muscle tone is weakening and continuous dripping, exactly. And that's what we actually will see. So worsening of symptoms, you have increase in the size of the prostate, and then complications that would actually occur. So acute urinary retention, that's one of them. Kidney damage, prostate-related surgery, and those are some of the things that you actually would see as complications of BPH. So now, BPH symptoms, how can they be controlled? We've talked about what this disease condition actually looks like. And yes, it can be delayed. The progression can be delayed with treatment. And that's something that's very good that we should know about. So at the beginning, we distinguish the fact that BPH is not cancer. And BPH can actually be managed. The progression of disease can actually be managed. It can be delayed. And you actually have a number of medications that you can use to do this. Now, the question is, when you have variety, is what do you do? Which is the right one for the particular condition that you actually have? So you can see 3 classes of drugs here. So we see the first one, it provides quick symptom relief, such that the man who is already having the case that he cannot pass out the free flow of urine, he goes to you and say, I want to be able to urinate freely. The first thing there, you have the alpha blockers, which I mentioned, tamsulosin. You have a lot of that. And what this will do will just cause relaxation, and then the man is able to pass out urine freely from that contraction that might have occurred, right? You have antimuscarinics, including sulfenacin, phosphodiesterase 5 inhibitors, and beta-3 agonists. What these would do would actually provide quick symptom relief. So the man takes it, and then in the next few days, he feels good. But now, there's a caveat to this. The man feels good immediately. Quick symptom relief. That's one part of it. Don't forget, the prostate will continue to enlarge. So the question is, what do you do to address that? Because if he has quick symptom relief and the prostate continues to enlarge at a massive rate, what will happen? It will still come back and shrink that urethra. And that's where there's a problem. So that's actually, you have this because you want maybe some sort of quick symptom relief. Then you now have another that decreases the prostate size and delays the progression of the disease. That's where you have 5-alpha reductase inhibitors, and you actually have dutasteride. So that's where this class of medication actually falls. So this would actually help to shrink the prostate. It would delay the progression of disease, shrink the enlargement of the prostate. However, this would also not give you that quick symptom of relief that you actually want. So taking this, the man will say, this is not working. He actually will do something, but it's not giving you the effect that you want at the moment as well too. And then finally, on the other side, you actually have those that relieve the symptoms fast, and then they reduce the prostate size and delay the progression of the disease. So this is actually a combination of the first 5-alpha reductase inhibitors and alpha blockers. And that's actually what we actually have in a medication called Duodat. So we'll see more in that. So that's a combination of the alpha blockers and 5-alpha reductase inhibitors. So now we'll look at the next thing and say, despite the availability of these medications, the next thing that you actually see is that adherence rate is actually very low. And BPH, mind you, is a benign condition. However, it's a chronic disease. And the reason it's chronic is because it progresses. You don't do anything, it will continue. It's just like you have a patient that actually has diabetes or hypertension. And the next question is telling you a newly diagnosed hypertensive patient. By the time he starts medication, the next question they are most likely to ask is, when can I stop, right? And I know by now the response we give them when we are talking about hypertensive condition, we say, this is a lifelong condition and you will continue to manage it. You get it under control. And that's actually what BPH actually is. It's a chronic condition just like hypertension and you manage it. And this is the WHO report that says on non-adherence. And most patients actually suffering chronic diseases, only about 50% of them are actually able to be adherent to their medication. This is WHO worldwide report. However, in climes like ours, it's even lower. And that's why we see in real life practice, we actually have patients are actually adherent to their medication for even at least a year. They're about 29%. And when I see this, I always remember the conversation I had with the pharmacist the other time. And he said, BPH, this is not something I should delve into, or this is not something I should do. However, this is the critical point where the role of pharmacists actually come into play. So you actually will see a lot of these patients, and then you actually will know what to do with them. So when they come in, you can intervene. You can say, this is what you need to do, and this is how you can play your role. Tell this patient, educate the patient first of all, this is what BPH is. This is the reason why you should take your medication. If you don't take it, what are the complications? If they know the complications, a patient is more likely to comply than me just saying, take your medication, you will continue to use it for life. But if I tell you that, by the time you don't take your medication, you will run the risk of having acute urinary retention, which you will need to be catheterized. Anyone actually who has witnessed anybody being catheterized, you will know that it's a very painful process. It's not something that you even want to wish on your enemy, right? So that's actually something, that's where you actually will see that adherence, educating patients is actually very important. So I think this is about the last, maybe second to the last poll that we'll do. And let's see. Any gifts? Okay, we'll see. Let's save that for the end. So, right. So we talked about this, and we'll move to the next poll. Okay. So if BPH is not treated early and adequately, it may result in long-term complications. Yes, no, or you need further information. At this point, I think this one shouldn't take so much time. It's not coming up. Okay, so I will guess that's the network. It has come up now. Okay, all right. So yes, no, or you still need further information. I'm expecting somebody who say they need further information. I want somebody to challenge. Okay. All right, so thank you very much. And we actually would see, let me see how we've actually answered here. Great. That's beautiful. So I think we are getting to, I remember at the beginning I said I wanted to achieve 3 things. I think we are getting there. Beautiful. All right, so we'll go on to the presentation, this will be the closing part of this now, and so that we don't take so much time. Great. All right, so this is the question we just answered. So now, we talked about poor adherence, right? And we know that poor adherence in BPH can lead to potentially preventable complications. So while these are chronic, however, these complications can be prevented. So we talked about acute urinary retention, BPH-related surgery, urinary tract infections as well. You have stone formation, you have neurogenic bladder, and renal insufficiency. These are all complications that can occur if BPH is actually not managed properly. And so, I think this is the final question that we actually have. I don't think I want us to do a poll on this. I will just say, and then let me just hear the answers. Treatment compliance and adherence is the responsibility of... Are we sure it's all of the above? Okay. All right, so thank you very much. So this is all of the above. So finally, we'll just see, as pharmacists now, where we can actually play in. So these are strategies that are identified to actually improve the adherence of our patients to BPH treatments. So we have a number of them here, about 8 strategies. However, we'll see key strategies where we as pharmacists have an active role to play. And we'll see that towards the end of the slides. However, we'll see that in simpler regimens like once daily dosing or fixed dose combination. And what do we mean by fixed dose combination? We are talking about the combination of alpha blockers and 5-alpha reductase inhibitors, we'll see that we actually get better benefits in that. And when I talked about that, we mentioned duodats. And the question is, what exactly is duodats? In the community pharmacy, we may know we have this on the shelves, but how often do you know when to intervene in actually ensuring that your patients actually have this? So in some of the sheets that have been shared to you, you actually have something that's called the International Prostate Symptom Score. The purpose of the International Prostate Symptom Score is just to help you identify patients at the risk of progression. While we will not delve into it, I'll just give you a summary of what that sheet actually will help you do. You have different scoring, mild, moderate, and severe. You have actually 7 to 19. You actually have a score of 1 to 8. You actually have another score of 9 to 17, and then you have, 20 to 35 there. And actually, with all of this, what you actually will see here is that once a man, 40 years, 50 years and above, walks into the pharmacy, what's the first thing you should do? It can be as part of your routine screening with that particular man to actually say, oh, I have this IPSS score sheet here. I think, when last did you check your prostate score? Let's do a quick check. While you are attending to the patient, he's doing other things, you are getting the medication he came for, he can just quickly fill this. And what this would actually help you do, you can see the first score, 1 to 7. By the time you answer all of these questions, you sum them up at the end. And then you see a score of 1 to 7. What that means is this patient is mild risk. A score of 8 to 19 means this patient has moderate risk. And a score of 20 to 35, actually the patient has severe risk. Any patient that is moderate, borderline from 8 upwards, it's important to actually send these patients to the doctor so that they can do further tests and identify that their prostate is they are actually doing maybe pretty good, or they're actually at risk of progression. Because what this would do, what you have done as a pharmacist, is helping to identify patients earlier so that they understand what their condition actually is and they can actually manage this. And that's actually what the IPSS score sheets would actually do. And we have this again in surplus. So if you are interested, you need it, please just signify and we would actually get across to you. So great. So now what we say is start your patients today with duodats so that they can actually have a better tomorrow. And duodats is simply indicated in management of patients with moderate to severe symptoms of BPH, right? It contains 0.5 milligram dutasteride, 0.4 milligram tamsulosin in a fixed capsule, a fixed dose. So what this means is that the patient just needs to take 1 capsule a day and actually they are fine. So in the course of that, what's the mechanism of action of this? The dutasteride portion, what it will do is actually inhibit conversion of testosterone to dihydrotestosterone, which actually fuels the growth of the prostate. That's what the dutasteride actually does. And then tamsulosin, on the other hand, relaxes the smooth muscle of the bladder and the prostate and the bladder neck so that there can be free flow of urine. So doing these 2 things, you actually have the benefit of 2 medications in 1. So this actually is a table that just shows you these things that you achieve using 1 medication or single medications and what you will actually do when you actually utilize and do that. So you can see all the, it sticks for duodats, right? So we probably don't need to delve further into that because we've actually talked about some of this. And then finally, while you have a lot of medications that actually you may say, it's the same combination because, again, a lot of the things, ideally, we say that, yes, you look at the generic components, they are the same. A lot of patients say, this one is the same thing, there's no difference. At least, I'll stand here before you today to say that at least there is a clear difference. And what duodats actually has is backed by heritage and clinical evidence. So you have over 20 years of experience researching these particular molecules, dutasteride and tamsulosin, to actually ensure that this combination actually is stable enough to deliver the effect that it actually needs to be done. There are studies, there are reports of similar combinations that patients have actually taken, and they still result in complications because it was not working effectively. So that's another reason that you actually want to utilize and do that. And finally, it's backed by a lot of guidelines. Both the Nigerian Association of Urological Surgeons, there are guidelines that actually backs the use of duodats in actually managing your patients, as well as other international bodies. But let's stick to, we have Nigeria, so right, we'll stick to that we actually have. These are a couple of the other ones as well too. So like I earlier mentioned, dosage is simple, 1 capsule daily. Preferably take orally approximately 30 minutes after the same meal. And what does this mean? So probably in the evening after meal. It just helps the man develop a routine. It's more of a habit. That's actually what this actually helps you do. so that the man gets used to it, that after I finish eating my dinner, I will take this particular medication. And that's actually how you develop adherence, or you help these patients actually practice adherence. So those 8 boxes, which I showed initially, these are the places where, as pharmacists, we can actually come in. And we can actually identify the triggers for non-adherence. And you see a man who continues to take tamsulosin, is refilling tamsulosin always, is a pointer that you should actually intervene in that particular process. You also want to emphasize the importance of staying on the treatment as well, too, just like we discussed. You want to establish the patient perception for the treatment. What do you expect to happen after you take your medications? Those are some things you want to educate the patients about. And then you want to discuss the risk and the benefits of the medications as well. These are active roles which we can play as pharmacists and actually help our patients actually get better. So this largely just says that our patient needs to be informed. A man or a patient who is not informed would not even know any better. He would not know if I should actually take a medication. He would not know if I should go see the doctor. He would not know if I should actually do a prostate check every now and then. We just need to inform our patients. And then, so this actually will see that at the end of this now, what we've been able to actually address is that low adherence to medication with BPH patients is actually very evident, and we need to come in and step into that particular role. We also will see that low adherence will cause disease progression, and this actually leads to complications for men. And then there are strategies to actually improve adherence, and the best is communicating with these patients on what these factors actually are, and then we'll be able to actually address it from there. And then patients' understanding of BPH is actually very low, and what they hear in the market when they are there, that is what some people will take. They'll say, drink this one, it cleanses the whole system, cures you of everything. It's actually the problem that we actually have. However, if we start as pharmacists in the hospital, in the community, and we tell them what this actually is, then we'll be doing something better. And then finally, we can actually help educate them and let them know so that we can create this awareness of BPH. So at this particular point, I'll say thank you very much. And if there are any questions, we would ask. I know there are questions, but I think my colleague, Isiwa, is here to actually just share something very light. We are talking about BPH still, so I'm sure after this, we'll actually ask our questions. So, yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleagues. I know we've heard a whole lot so far from the different GSK individuals. But at this point, despite the fact that we have spoken so much, we would now like to hear from you, to hear your own experiences. We're all pharmacists here, working in different sectors. And I'm sure at some point, we may have had some sort of experience with a BPH patient, whether in the hospital, whether in the community practice. It could be something we may have seen on the ward while waiting. It could also be maybe a point where we notice something and maybe we didn't make an intervention and we think, oh, now, based on this information I have now, perhaps then I could have made an intervention. So I want us to just maybe think back and see. Anybody? Wow, we already have something to share. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, let's hear from you. Oh, we have another experience to share. Fantastic.
Okay, actually, it was just a few weeks ago, someone close to me asked that, look, I did this test and they told me I'm on borderline, but they asked me to come back next year to do another assessment or test. And the guy has been like worrying me that, what do I need to take? Invariably, I think about last month or maybe 2 months ago, another company did a webinar on BPH, and I was actually trying to get in touch with those people that, look, you have asked us, you've told us about your product. This person said, look, what can he be taking now that he's on borderline? In fact, the person is concerned that, look, why will you ask me to come next year when now you have discovered that I'm on borderline? Are you waiting for me to get into the thing properly before you intervene? So what is your advice? Because I think even to see a urologist is not an easy matter in the first instance. So it's like you have told me that I'm just in the middle. I can tilt any moment from now, and you say I shouldn't do anything. So in that case, what advice? Because like I don't know. The people I'm trying to get in touch with, they are saying, let us know the figures. Though with this your paper, I can now go and review with the person and say, okay, if you are here, but what are there supplements? Are there things they can do? Are there lifestyle modifications that can be done such that we can tilt that person back before?
Wow, thank you so much. That was a fantastic question. Before I call on Dr. Laja to answer, I'll just take the second question on BPH, then we answer both of them at once.
Yeah, thank you very much, GSK, for the very scintillating topics. There is a clarification I want you to actually give to us here, because we are all health experts in-house. There's a general belief out there that if a man is regularly, engaged in, in sex, 20, 21 days in a month, that there's the tendency that the BPH will not happen or progress. Is it true or just a myth? Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Two wonderful questions, very relevant. Rafa.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much. So before we get to the first question, I think we'll just start with the second one because it's a bit simpler to answer or it's easier to answer. So first off, I would say, I think I made a mistake or I forgot actually. That should have been part of the poll, right? However, there is no medical basis to that. So it's actually a myth. It's a myth, and there's no medical basis to it. So I think it's a very good forum for us to disabuse our minds of that as well too. Yeah, you say it empties the bladder, but there's no medical basis to it, and it's actually a myth. However, so I think that with that, we know that any of those things that we hear is actually not true. And what you actually would want patients or men to do is continue to check regularly, check their prostate health, and that way, that's the way you can actually avoid that. So, in a bit to clarify the question before Dr. Laja comes, you said borderline, is it the PSA or the prostate score? What exactly was borderline? The PSA. Okay, Dr. Laja.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to respond to your question, sir. And yes. And I stood behind the ladies there. And I could hear them saying that that's what encourages them to Shiranu. So, and I honestly think, and I know scientifically they are right, because there is no science to back your projections, sir. It is not scientific, it is not evidence-based. So I want to respond to the question. And the question is around the PSA. Let me say that on the top of my hand now, we can count up to three conditions that can actually make elevation of the prostate-specific antigen. First one is the PBH, the benign prostatic hyperplasia. The second one is an infection of the prostate gland itself, which could actually be acute or chronic prostatitis. The third one is the dreadful one, that is CA prostate, cancer of the prostate. So either of those four things that I've mentioned can actually lead to elevation of the prostate, of the PSA. So what I will advise is that the person should actually go back and find out of those four things that I've listed, which one has actually led to the elevation of the score. If the PSA is elevated, could it have been due to an infection of the prostate gland, which I said could be acute or chronic prostatitis? Could the elevation be due to prostate hyperplasia, or could it be due to prostate cancer? Because for all of them, they are actually different modalities. And let me say that for prostate cancer specifically, if it's detected early and taken care of, it's cured. So for those, we do not have to wait. So what I'm saying in essence is that depending on what the cause is, will depend whether we can wait. If it's the prostatitis, it can wait. It's an infection, it can be managed. If it's the hyperplasia, it can be taken care of. But if it's the cancer, then we cannot wait. We need to act. So it needs, knowing the score is not just enough. What is causing the elevation of the score? So that's what I will advise should be the feedback one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I hope that's clear. All right. So at this point, we'll also take any other questions we have, be it on benign prostatic hyperplasia, whether it's about duodat, whether it's a patient we saw, maybe it's someone who had come in, or maybe it's even about an asthma patient. But before we ask any questions, or before we make any share any experiences, I personally would also like to share this about some time ago. Yes. I was on a road trip going quite some distance, and there were other passengers in the car. And a short time into the journey, a middle-aged man, let's call him Mr. Akin, he decided that he needed to stop to relieve himself. He was pressed, which is fair enough. These things happen. And he stopped. And we continued the journey. And after some time again, Mr. Aki apologizes to all of us and says, oh, please, don't be annoyed. He needs to stop to relieve himself again. Of course, you can imagine the looks or the expression of all the other people in the vehicle. Again? I mean, you can imagine what Lagos traffic is like. And, you know, if we're in such a scenario, an area that perhaps maybe was not even so safe. And he stopped again, but we overlooked it. And immediately we got to our destination. We saw Mr. Akin scrambling, looking for the nearest place as well. This was quite some time ago. And at that point, as a pharmacist, I didn't think I had a role to play. I was ignorant, and I just really wanted to get to my destination without, you know, having any further stops. But when I think about it now, perhaps there was something I could have done, an intervention I could have made to improve Mr. Akin's quality of life. Perhaps this was a man experiencing some of those symptoms which we could have identified using this questionnaire to know the severity of the symptoms. Perhaps he was also at home, waking up at night, disturbing his wife to be going to the toilet. Mr. Akin was also embarrassed, having to explain to everybody why he has to stop. If nothing is done to Mr. Akin, Mr. Akin's condition will continue to progress and will lead to all those complications that we've spoken about earlier on. So at the time, maybe I didn't do anything, and I could have. But the next time I see a patient, or I see anybody like Mr. Akin, as a pharmacist, I have a role to play. And I know there's something or an intervention I could have made. So I want to ask us all, was there a situation, maybe we did make an intervention, we did do something, or maybe now we're thinking, oh, perhaps sometime in the past, I could have done something for Mr. Akin. All right. Yeah, question, comments, experience, anything you want to share.
Yeah. Thank you, GSK, for your presentation. With respect to the topic on asthma, in between the presentation, I went downstairs, I saw New Heights Pharmacy, and I saw one of the things they had was a peak flow meter. And during your presentation, there was no mention of the use of peak flow meter in the prevention of status asthmaticus. Is it that it's no longer used anymore?
Then, where do you draw the line between asthma and COPD for a community pharmacist?
All right, fantastic. Thank you. Dr. Laja or Jamin, do you want to take? Okay, you can take the first one.
Okay, I think Dr. Laja will take that. So, Dr. Laja, so she's asking, you're asking, do you, another question? Okay, all right. So let's.
Well, thank you very much. It's a kind of clarification here too.
All right.
When the lady was painting the scenario, and she's okay. She met a Mr. Akin who she's suspecting could probably be a patient of BPH, right? But then for me, I could also be thinking, what if the patient, if Mr. Akin is an hypertensive patient who is on diuretic? The same picture. So you might not be able to conclude just on the fact that the man stops every 2-3 hours to go and pee. If you are taking a diuretic, we know it could happen. Again, if the weather is like this weather now, I mean, the frequency will also increase. So we need to broaden our knowledge and not narrow down. That's just the submission. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's very clear. That comment actually cuts across different disease areas. The IPSS score sheet is not a diagnostic tool. It just helps you, like you said, intervene. So you actually can do something. It gives you a perspective. Could this be this? Could this be this? Could this be this? And then you do the screening, and then you now actually have a diagnosis. That's why just in the pharmacy, it's not where you diagnose. You identify the patient, send the patient back with that sheet, and let the patient go to the doctor and do further tests. But that what you are doing is actually help progress that line of catching these patients early enough.
Okay. I think what Isua was actually pointing out is that when you have those symptoms, it could actually help you in the patient seeking early care. The hallmark of diagnosis of a benign prostatic hyperplasia is actually the enlargement of the prostate gland, which you can detect via rectal examination or an abdominal scan or a scan of the pelvis. When you do that, you will see that the prostate gland is if you do a DRE, which is the digital rectal examination, you will see that the gland is larger than what it's supposed to be. And you can also use that examination to differentiate between a CA, a cancerous prostate, or a benign prostatic hyperplasia. But I think what my colleague Isua is just saying is that when we have those symptoms, it provides an opportunity for us to advise the patient to seek care earlier. I think that's what he's saying. Yes. There's a question around peak flow meter. Yes, the peak flow meter can be used in making diagnosis of asthma. But the hallmark for making diagnosis of COPD is actually the spirometer, which most facilities, even in Nigeria, don't have. There are very few facilities that have a spirometer or do spirometry where the lung function test, lung functions will be taken. There are very few facilities, even in Lagos State, that have that. So the diagnosis of COPD is not done, even in emergency room, you can't do that because the gold standard in making the diagnosis is actually where a spirometer is available and where we're able to do it. I think the bottom line in what we're saying generally is for us to improve the care-seeking behavior of our people. We find out that so many patients, like my colleague have said, have symptomatic or asymptomatic asthma. What we need is actually to help them seek care and have appropriate care. And also, we have so many people who are 40 and above They have features and signs of enlargement of the prostate, but they are not seeking care. The most important thing that we try to actually advise, either with the PSN scoring chart or actually review of the symptoms, is actually to help them to seek care and get appropriate treatment. Thank you. One final question. Side effects.
All right, great. Thank you very much for that question. So I'm sure, I don't know if my slides can still come up so that we'll just see some of the side effects. However, no problem, because we don't have time. Yes, so ideally, a patient, before you actually will place patients on medications, every medication actually has a side effect. However, patients with erratic bowel syndrome, taking and do that for that particular condition may not be actually the right thing to do. So however, what you actually want to see is that what exactly is the only condition this particular patient actually has. And that's where, as pharmacists, you actually would see this. If this patient is at the risk of disease progression and with BPH, then you actually want to make an informed decision where benefit outweighs the risk. There are a lot of medications that you actually can use in this, like I identified. You could see other alpha blockers. In some cases, you want to actually do alpha blocker in combination with a 5-alpha reductase inhibitor separately. But just ruling the line to say that this particular condition is why I would not give this medication, it would not be it. So at every point, like in medicine, you actually want to do where benefits actually outweigh the risk. And that's actually what you can actually do with that patient. Okay.
All right, thank you so much for being very attentive, audience. I know we have learned a lot this afternoon. I know we're better informed to be able to help our patients that have asthma and BPH. We have loved being here. We will always come for more opportunities to partner with PSN so that we can be able to educate ourselves and help our patients better. Thank you so much again, and bye-bye for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GSK. Please, another rousing round of applause for GSK as they go to take their seats. Thank you very much, GSK. Please remain seated. Please remain seated. Lunch is ready. Lunch is ready. So we're going to be taking lunch very shortly. But before we have someone who's going to be coordinating that. So while you're seated, in a very orderly manner, we'll take everyone to go get their lunch, sit down quietly, and listen to the next presentation by Pfizer. So I will like to quickly call up pharmacist. Okay, thank you. I'd like to quickly invite pharmacist Omolara Ebitiha. She's a consultant pharmacist, and she's also a specialist. She's a certified anticoagulant pharmacist. So you be sure that we have a specialist on board today who's going to take us in this next session, speaking about apixaban.
Good afternoon, fellows of the society, Merit Award winners, and colleagues. I know it's been a long day, master classes, and we've been loaded and loaded and loaded and loaded. Well, this is not going to be so long, but it will be interesting so that we can all retire. But the most important thing is that every information that you have gotten today, everything that it's something that comes through to you through all the presentations. The most important thing is that we begin to put an action on those things. That is the most important. My name is Omolara Ebitiha. I'm a pharmacist. I work with Orthopedic Hospital in Bobi, and I'm involved with the anticoagulation unit of the hospital. Okay, in this session, we'll be talking about simplifying the anticoagulation care for pharmacists. And this would be my outline. I was trying to... Okay, let's do a little refresher on our basic physiology. Okay, when there is a break in the integrity of the blood vessel wall, the body immediately sets in motion mechanisms to arrest blood loss and to, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so I was saying that when there is a break in the integrity of the blood vessel wall, immediately the body sets in motion mechanisms to arrest that bleeding, and that involves the homeostatic process of vasoconstriction. The blood vessels constrict, and there is platelet aggregation, platelet adhesion, and platelet activation. So the result of that is the formation of a platelet plug. As we can see on the picture in the slide, there's a plug that physically forms a barrier to block that break in the integrity and to reduce blood. Finally, there is the activation of the coagulation cascade. The end result of that is the formation of fibrin, insoluble fibrin, which provides a meshwork that traps blood cells to plug that opening, to avoid blood loss. Okay, so we have thrombosis, just to define terms and for us to understand the basics. Thrombosis is a pathogenic state where we have a clot being formed in the walls of the blood vessel in the absence of bleeding. There is no injury, there is no trauma, but there is a hemostatic plug being formed in the blood vessels, and the predisposing factors are injury to the cell wall. When we have atherosclerotic plaques, break-off, or anything that disrupts the lumen of the cell wall, that you can have thrombosis being formed there. And also when we have stasis, that is reduced blood flow, when in conditions such as atrial fibrillation or conditions of prolonged immobility, when you are traveling on a long journey, that's why we advise you are going on a long journey, you just don't sit in one position. There are static exercises that we can do while sitting to encourage blood flow. So when that happens, it can predispose to thrombosis. And when we have conditions of abnormal blood coagulability, late stages of pregnancy, immediately postpartum, some cancer conditions, we can have the blood hypercoagulating, and you have formation of blood clots within the blood vessels. Okay, when we have a thrombus formed, there are two basic types of thrombus. We have the arterial thrombus and the venous thrombus. The arterial thrombus are the ones that are formed within the walls of the arteries. They are also referred to as the white thrombus. And it basically largely contains platelets. It's an aggregation of platelets within that fibrin meshwork that I talked about. So when this happens, it leads to, there can be a narrowing of blood vessels. There can be narrowing of blood vessels, and it interrupts blood flow downstream such that it can lead to death or ischemia of the tissues that are after that blockade when that thrombus happens. And that's what leads to stroke, transient ischemic attack, heart attacks, etc. The second type is, this type of arterial thrombus is treated with antiplatelets, and because there are two types, the venous and the arterial. So the prevention is different, the treatment is different. Arterial thrombus is treated with antiplatelet agents. Venous thrombus are those that are formed in the veins and largely consists of that fibrin meshwork that has trapped blood cells, just little platelet components, and that is why it is majorly treated with anticoagulants and not antiplatelets. Okay, so when you have a thrombus break off from the original position of attachment at the cell in the blood vessel, and it travels through the bloodstream to another place, that is what is called an embolus. That's an embolus, and we have deep vein thrombosis. When you have a thrombus formation in the deep veins of the body, it's common in the leg, but it's not limited to the leg. You can have DVT in the arms, even in the abdominal veins too. Okay, so when a thrombus breaks off in a deep vein and is lodged in the lungs, it forms what we call a pulmonary embolism, which is really a life-threatening complication of DVT. So the combination of DVT and PE, pulmonary embolism, is what is referred to as venous thromboembolism. And these are treated with anticoagulants, as I said earlier. Okay, so the last in the process is the stimulation or activation of the coagulation cascade. I'm sure many of us can remember all those factors, the Christmas factor, and all of that. So it's a complex cascade of proteolytic enzymes and cofactors, which works through a mechanism of amplification. What happens is when a small amount of a particular factor is activated, it leads to the formation of large amount of the next one, leads to the formation of the large amount of the next one. And if left, thank God for the body is such a perfect system. Homeostasis makes sure that everything works perfectly. Because once this cascade is activated, also there is a mechanism to control. And that is what antithrombin 3 and fibrinolysis does. Because once the cascade is stimulated, it is accelerated in such a way that if it is left in a matter of minutes, the blood in the whole body will coagulate. But there is a counter effect of antithrombin 3 and fibrinolysis. So this is the cascade. I'm not too sure what. Okay, this is the cascade. And it has the intrinsic and the extrinsic pathway, the in vivo and the contact pathways. Both pathways end up at the activation of factor 10A. Activation of factor 10, producing factor 10A. And what that does is it converts prothrombin, that's factor 2, to active factor 2, thrombin. So in the cascade, you will see some with A's and some, the activated factors are the one that has that suffix A. All right? So once thrombin is activated, it catalyzes the production of fibrin. Fibrin is the insoluble meshwork that traps blood cells and all these other components of the fibrin network. So that what happens, we have a perfect plug and we have hemostasis. Okay, so this is a picture of a blood cord that is formed. You can see the meshwork, the netty kind of meshwork, and the blood cells that are trapped. Okay, I've highlighted some of the risk factors for DVT. Like I said earlier, immobility, prolonged hospitalization, depending on which setting you work, in the hospital or in our community pharmacies, prolonged hospitalization, paralysis, or prolonged sitting. Surgery and trauma also is a risk for DVT, pelvic, knee, hip, abdominal surgeries, increased estrogens in conditions like the use of oral contraceptives, some cancer conditions, even chemotherapy also leads to what we call hypercoagulable states, such that you see a lot of clotting. The body is prone to a lot of clotting, and other factors, family history, and so on, are listed. And these are the things that will necessitate the need for anticoagulation therapy. Okay, this is just a pictorial representation of what I had said before. The clotting factors are there. In a normal human being where there is no disease, there is no trauma, there is nothing that is predisposing to clot formation, the clotting factors and the fibrinolytic factors, they are balanced, and it's a balance. Okay, but we have an imbalance when we have some disease conditions, atrial fibrillation, DVT, pulmonary embolism, myocardial infarction. They tilt that balance towards clotting. And drugs that are used in the blood system, anticoagulants, antiplatelet, fibrinolytic agents, they help to maintain that balance again. Okay, so drugs, the main anticoagulants, because we are talking about anticoagulants here, the main anticoagulants that have been used in practice, we have heparin, low molecular weight heparins, vitamin K antagonist. Warfarin is the main example in that class. And part of our subject of discourse today is the new oral anticoagulants. the direct thrombin inhibitors, that's the dabigatran, and the selective factor 10 inhibitors, example, rivaroxaban and apixaban, that we are still going to talk about into details. Okay, the same pathway, but it's showing the mechanism of action of the anticoagulants. Okay, warfarin is a vitamin K antagonist. It inhibits the activation of vitamin K dependent cofactors, and it's been a mainstay in the use of anticoagulants for atrial fibrillation, for stroke prevention, for VT prophylaxis in hip and knee replacement surgeries. But there are so many limitations. Warfarin is encumbered with so many limitations. It has a narrow therapeutic index. Okay, for a normal person that has no risk, the INR is 1. Okay, INR is International Normalized Ratio, that gives like a guide. It's a test that gives a guide to be able to monitor the effectiveness of anticoagulation therapy, whether it is suboptimal or whether it is okay, so as to prevent clotting on one side and the other side bleeding. The effects of both extremes can actually be fatal. That's why you don't even want to go into the extremes. You want to stay at what we call the target INR. So for people that are being anticoagulated with warfarin, the target INR is 2 to 3. When you have values that are less than 2, you are tending towards clotting, and you want to begin to review, okay, is the dose suboptimal? What are the things that the patient is exposed to? Are we dealing with cases of drug interactions and things here? So we have a lot of these issues with warfarin therapy. There is significant dose response variability. 3 milligram can achieve the target INR in a patient, but in the next patient that has similar, you may need much more higher than that. The interpatient variability with warfarin is very high. Warfarin interact because it's a classical, it is metabolized through the cytochrome P450 enzyme system. Warfarin interacts with a lot of things, with a lot of drugs, ciprofloxacin, metronidazole, with food, with, okay, of course, because it's a vitamin K antagonist, so vegetables are high, rich in vitamin K, would interfere. So you have a patient comes to the clinic today, is on target INR, and whether the patient went to enjoy himself on salad and things like that, the patient comes down with INR that is getting close to the low values, and you are wondering, are we at risk of clotting here? What did you do differently? So these are the issues that are with warfarin management. And what with warfarin management, sorry, this picture is not very sharp. So with warfarin management, there has to be a lot of dosage adjustments. You are adjusting, like there's INR monitoring, like twice weekly, depending on the stability of the patient, consistent INR monitoring, dosage adjustments almost every time. And these are the challenges with the use of VKAs, warfarin, and this is just a picture highlighting the things that I've described. They are drug-related, narrow therapeutic window, dietary intake of vitamin K, and so many other patient factors, poor compliance, and all of that. So that is what has given the NOACs, the new oral anticoagulants, that's given them the edge, because they are better in effectiveness and also in safety profile compared to warfarin. So we don't need as much monitoring as you need with warfarin. They exhibit a linear dose with linear dose response. They also have some interactions, but fewer, of course, compared to warfarin. Then time to maximum activity. The onset of action of warfarin is like 72 hours. 72 hours. Before you can even get the maximum effect, it's like 5 days. So if you need to if a patient in a hypercoagulable state that you need immediate anticoagulation, warfarin is not your best drug of choice. What you can do is to start with probably a low molecular weight heparin and switch. And all these are the factors that are considered in warfarin management. And also clearance time. If a patient is maintained on warfarin and you need to for some reason you need to stop. The patient probably needs to go for surgery. That can almost not happen with warfarin because you need like about 5 days to clear it out of the system. If a patient that is maintained on warfarin goes into surgery, you stand the risk of bleeding. But with the NOACs, the time to maximum activity is 2 to 4 hours, and in 24 to 48 hours, you can get it out of the system. Okay, vitamin K therapy can be reversed with vitamin K antidote, warfarin. Warfarin, the drug appears cheap, but when you look at the totality of the management, the INR, by the time you take INR monitoring into consideration twice weekly or once weekly, at the end of the day, we talk about cost effectiveness. You look at it, and at the end of the day, the seemingly expensive NOACs, they seem to be better. Okay, and the risk of bleeding with warfarin is high. Okay, so apixaban is a directly acting, highly selective factor 10 inhibitor, and it's the latest addition to the NOAC family in Nigeria. I'll just go over these slides. The Pfizer rep will do justice to that shortly after. Okay, as I conclude, like I said when I started, anticoagulation management can be complex, and one of the roles of this presentation is for us to know what we can do. The topic says simplifying anticoagulation therapy for pharmacists. So it's breaking down into small actionable bits that we can, standing up from here today, we can do something about. Okay, the first thing that I've said is active participation. And I said be involved. Please let me tell your neighbor, be involved. Okay. All right, okay, I'll be more involved. All right, so be involved. And what that means is be deliberate, be intentional. In whatever practice setting, if it's in the hospital, know your patients. You talked about it. I work in an orthopedic center, and some of our patients have to be on the wards for weeks, and some running into months. They are immobile. And as simple as, confirm, is this patient on anticoagulant? That's one of the things that we do to ensure that that patient is on an anticoagulant. If you are in community pharmacy, for example, it may be a known patient to you, it may be a new patient. A patient walks in and has a prescription for warfarin. You should ask, have you been on this medication before? Have you been on this medication before? Engage with the patient and know, for which reasons are you using, and you will be able to better educate and advise the patient. It may be a known patient to you that's probably been coming for regular refills of contraceptives. Do you understand? I've said that that's one of the things that can affect coagulable states. So, and she walks in today with a prescription for warfarin. You want to ask questions, you want to probe further to make sure that the patient gets the best from their therapy. And of course, we'll collaborate with other healthcare professionals to achieve this. Patient education is very important, and it is an important role for pharmacists. It's been documented through several studies in different ways that when patients know why they are taking their medications, when they understand why they are taking their medications, when they are part of the team. In fact, the patient is the center of the healthcare team. As we know, all other healthcare professionals we are supporting, they are the center. So when they understand why they are taking these medications, when they understand the things, if a patient is new on, I said new and naive patient, if a patient is new on anticoagulants, that patient needs to know why he or she is taking the side effects, the likely side effects, the things to watch out for, the things to do. That patient has to maintain lifestyle. I talk about diet and all of that. It's important that we know. Patients have been said to be the most accessible. I've heard that over and over in this meeting today. Healthcare profession, and it's true. And that's why I said let's utilize the pharmacist opportunity, the opportunity that we are the most of the time, the first point of contact and the most frequently contacted. In the community setting, they keep coming. Even in the hospital, a doctor may have written a prescription for 4 months, for 3 months. The patient comes and says, today is 2,000 I have. They keep coming for their refills. They keep coming. So we have that opportunity to engage with them and to educate them. Okay, this role is about anticoagulation drug selection and medication therapy evaluation. It's very important that pharmacists are involved in ensuring that patients get their optimal benefits from their drug therapies and also making recommendations to other healthcare professionals. Accurate dosing is very important in anticoagulation therapy. 2.5 milligram is not the same thing as 3 milligram of warfarin. It's not the same thing. The anticoagulants, some of them, they have to be swallowed whole. They have to be swallowed whole. You cannot afford to break. I think apixaban can be crushed, but rivaroxaban has to be swallowed whole. And some of them, the injectables come in prefilled injectables of particular strength. For example, enoxaparin comes in 40, 60, and 80. There was a time that 60 milligram was not available. It's expired, and we had patients that needed 60 milligram by calculation. So as a pharmacist, in such conditions, what do we do? What do you do? So these are areas where we come in, ensuring that we get the correct and accurate dosing. Dabigatran comes in 110 and 150 milligram. 110 and 150 milligram based on the usual adult dosage is 220 milligram, but because it is renally excreted majorly, 150 milligram is restricted to people that have renal impairments and all of that. But the usual daily dosage is 220 milligram. But because the tablet comes in 110 milligram, what we see not most of the time, what we see often, or sometimes is you see a prescription comes with dabigatran 1 daily in an adult patient that has no renal concerns. So in such cases, the pharmacist has to go back with the patient and ensure that the drug is correctly dosed. Also, we ensure evidence-based drug therapy. Most conditions that are being treated with anticoagulants, they have street guidelines. When you talk about VT, prophylaxis in hip fractures, for apixaban is about 32 to 38 days, and enoxaparin is about 35 days. In duration, in the management of atrial fibrillation, preventing strokes and thromboembolic events, there are treatment guidelines, and we have to stick to these treatment guidelines. So it's important as pharmacists, we know these treatment guidelines and we stick to them in discharge of our duties. Dosage optimization. I showed us a picture of where we have to adjust dosage of warfarin, or when we have conditions of renal impairment or hepatic impairment with these NOACs, then dosage optimization is very important. Okay, another role for pharmacists is medication adherence monitoring. Medication adherence problems non-compliance is a problem on this side of where in our practice is what we encounter every day. I don't know if I'm the only one, especially in newly diagnosed patients. A patient is newly diagnosed with hypertension, and the patient goes like, you mean I'll continue taking this drug for the rest of my life? Our pharmacist is not possible. What can I do? And those are the kind of challenges that we have. For an anticoagulation therapy, that has to be addressed. You have to assess your patients, know whether it's a patient that is prone to non-adherence, and you take practical steps to involve the patient in the therapy, provide IEC materials that will help the patient to comply and to adhere to the therapy. Drug interaction monitoring is another area of impact for pharmacy in anticoagulation care, because it is huge. Drug interaction, like I said, warfarin interacts with food, interacts with drugs, interact with herbs. These are days where people of self-care, people want to take care of themselves. People do a lot with supplements. In our pharmacies, our supplement sections are very beautiful and inviting. People are taking garlic supplements. And remember what happened in the period of Corona? People are taking garlic with turmeric, with moringa, these are herbs and plants that have anticoagulant effect. So if a patient is taking that and is on an anticoagulant, then we stand the risk of bleeding. So these things are important that we clerk our patients, we ask them these questions, and we engage with them. And we have tools to use on our phones. We can download the drug interaction apps and check these things on the go. Okay, periprocedural anticoagulation management. This is very important because in our setting, in our practice setting, we want to know when I mean peri-procedural, the patient is going for surgery and they want to know, okay, what time, what period do we stop this drug? Three, 4 Saturdays ago, and I received a call from the nurse saying that it's a NOAC and she's not vacuumed, and she said this patient is for surgery first thing Monday morning. When do we stop the anticoagulants and all of that? So these are things that pharmacists we should equip ourselves with this knowledge. Then risk of bleeding. Is it an invasive procedure? Is it a minimally invasive procedure? What is the risk of bleeding of the procedure? Like I said, the importance of standard treatment guidelines in anticoagulation management cannot be overemphasized because we have to do it according to the rules. Okay, discharge care is also an important area. We have medication reconciliation. A patient is being discharged, probably had been on an injectable form and is discharged on tablet. How do we switch and all of that? These are the things that the pharmacist can be equipped to do in an anticoagulation service. Okay, adverse drug reaction monitoring also. The pharmacist should develop mechanisms to monitor these things. Pharmacovigilance, monitor, prevent. What are the early signs of bleeding? These are the things that we teach our patients. A patient that is on anticoagulant comes and tells you, as I was brushing, these are the signs. I was brushing, is there a bleed? The hematuria, gastric bleeding, and all of that. So we have to know, the pharmacists have to know first to be able to render this service, and we should tell our patients, okay, evaluation, what is causing the ADR? Is it a drug interaction? Is it suboptimal dose? Is it overdose? These are the things we do. And documentation, very important. We've been told if it is not documented, it is not done. And also for continuity of care, I will not be at work 24/7. So documentation should be done whether electronically or with paper. It should be done such that whoever is on duty can continue with the care. Drug information service, the pharmacists stand at a pivotal position when it comes to provision of drug information. And the ability to provide up-to-date information is a very relevant skill for pharmacists, to healthcare professionals, and also to the patients. Pharmacists should be involved in research. In all these fields, we have the requisite skill, all it takes to design, to conceptualize, to collate data, to collect data, and to carry out studies in these fields, and much more, that we can even adapt into our practice and make our practice better. Pharmacists has been involved and should be involved in policy formulation when it comes to anticoagulation care, participate in team meetings, drug and therapeutics committee, design of standard treatment guidelines for your facility, drug formularies at national and local levels, and also I talked about starting something small. We can have an antimicrobial management service that use the structure that you already have on ground. If you are working in a hospital and you go on ward rounds, you can start from there. You can start from there, use the opportunity of the ward round, get to know your patients, make interventions, make contribution on the ground rounds. This patient needs, sometimes the interventions are not the big, you are waiting for someone to bleed. Like I said earlier, it's just to make sure that this patient needs anticoagulation and this patient is getting it. Then for the anticoagulation management service, you have goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. And the goals from simple things, from ensuring availability of anticoagulants. I work in an orthopedic setting, and I can't remember the last time. It's in fact, I would say it is, for lack of the word, probably a crime for anticoagulants to go out of stock in my setting. There was a particular time, I think it was a Thursday, and we made an order, a requisition, and we were told the anticoagulant was not available. I can't remember what the problem was with the company that was supposed to supply. I had some in my stock, and I was looking at it. I almost couldn't sleep because it was a Thursday. I don't know what will happen over the weekend if we don't have that anticoagulant in the hospital. So set goals, there has to be, this is needed, it has to be available. And when the patient comes, initial patient assessment, you assess for risk of bleeding. If the patient has high risk of coagulation, you assess for adherence. Is this patient likely to, some patients even find it difficult. I've encountered patients, 3 days of artemether lumefantrine. Some patients don't complete it, and some of us are victims. They tell you, it's remaining. How? How did you have remaining 3 days? Take one in the morning and in the how? So if a patient is like that with anticoagulation therapy, then there is more intervention that we need to do. Ongoing assessments, recommendations for dosage adjustments, and reviews, and the incorporation of evidence that we have gathered within that service to improve patient care. These are some of the documents that we have used in my center to document. This is an anticoagulation management assessment form. These are documentations. It can be done electronically, like I said. And this is a summary of care at discharge. Okay, in concluding, it's important that to be effective in anticoagulation service, that we keep current. Apixaban is new on the table. New evidences are coming out every day. It is important for a pharmacist that is interested in anticoagulation to keep abreast with this information, conference attendance, seminars such as what we are doing here, peer support, and all. In conclusion, like I said, it's evident we have the roles are emerging, they are increasing. Overseas, pharmacists can initiate anticoagulation therapy. They can manage anticoagulation. They can adjust the dose. When INR, vis-a-vis the INR, INR is warfarin is still a mainstay over there because of insurance issues and all of that. And you see pharmacists in the forefront of all of these activities. So it's something that we can do. No matter how small, it's something that we can start to imbibe into our practice. It's important, like I said, for us to have the relevant skills. Okay, thank you for your attention. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, pharmacist Lara. And thank you everyone for our attention. That was a lucid presentation. I know it's not easy to be eating and be listening at the same time. When you are listening and you are eating, it's in a cough. It goes like this and come down. It gives you ATP, you become active. Then towards the end, you start sleeping. So I want us, just in 10 minutes, 15 max, I'll be done. Just give me your attention. She has done a nice and lucid presentation here. I want to tell us where Eliquis, Apixaban, how it fits into all that she has said. So I'll be presenting that onto us. So laying the foundation for what I want to present. Because we're talking about stroke. It's not a theoretical thing. We are pharmacists, we are HCP. But tomorrow we might be patient, or a relative might be patient. Stroke is here. And from the statistics I will be showing, you can see that both the incident rate, the prevalence rate, and the fatality rate of stroke is very high. And you can see that it's up to 5 times higher, even in patients with atrial fibrillation. Now, if you go to the hospital and they do an ECG, that thing you used to see, PQRST, that is showing the cardiac rhythm, which is the impulses that sends to the heart. Now, it goes in a normal wave. When you see it flattening, that means there's a cardiac arrhythmia. That means there's a problem somewhere. This atrial fibrillation can be caused in 2 ways. We have the one that involves the valve and the one that is non-valve. The Apixaban, Eliquis that we are talking about, will be focusing on the non-valvular atrial fibrillation. Let me select the foundation for us the more. If you look at the pipe of, just look at the pipe. Are we all with me? Great. If you look at the pipe, and if water is coming out of a pipe without any pressure, it comes out slowly. But if you close the mouth of the pipe and reduce the surface, reduce the cycle, and you tighten it like this, you see that the water will go a bit further than what it used to be. What it means is that you've exerted pressure on the circumference of the pipe. That means a pressure is required for a liquid to go further than what is required. That means a pressure is required for the heart to be able to pump blood to the extremes of the body. That pressure that is required is what they call systolic pressure. However, when the systolic pressure becomes very high, it now works against the heart. The heart will now make an attempt to overcome the systolic pressure. And in the process, you want to enlarge its size. You now say the heart has hypertrophy. You have what they call left ventricle hypertrophy. So all these are what results in heart failure. And these are what we are going to be discussing. I'm still in the foundation where LAQs comes in. So you see that AV is an arrhythmia responsible for 1/3 of all hospitalization for cardiac rhythm disturbances. And in nearly 1 in 4 people at age 55, here we go on to develop this. I don't know what our age is here, but they say 1 in every 4. So if I have 55 years old people here, I mean 1 out of you is going to develop this. It's a statistics. Let's look at this together. This is very interesting. This is Chadva's score. As I said earlier, I said we have the valve and the null valve. Basically, we have 4 valves in the heart. We have the aortic valve, the pulmonary valve, the bicuspid and the tricuspid valve. Now, if you look at all the 4 valves, they have their functions. The bicuspid, the mitral valve, they control the flow of blood from the atria to the ventricle. And it's a one-way direction to prevent the reflow back. There are 2 major diseases of the valve. You have the regurgitation, when the blood flows back, and we also have maybe mitral stenosis. This particular situation, when there is a disease of the valve, we call it valvular atrial fibrillation. We are talking of non-valvular atrial fibrillation, the one that does not involve the valve. Then what does it involve? This is what Charles Vasco is talking about. Look at the first one. Look at the score down. He said that you have a male and a female. Now, look at the scores. He said congestive heart failure. The point is what? 1. What it means is that if you have someone that has congestive heart failure, the score that it has is 1. If you have someone that is hypertensive, it's also 1. If you have someone that is age greater than 75 years old, it's what? 2 points. Diabetics, 1. Prior stroke before or tract ischemic arrhythmia is what? 2 points. If you have vascular disease, 1. If you have age 65 years and above, is what? 1. Then either male or female, 1. What it means is that if you are a male here and you are hypertensive, what it means is that you are where? 2. Because being a male, you are 1. Then being hypertensive gives you 2 points. What it means is that you should be what? You should be what? It should be what? Should be considered. Because being a male is 0 actually, then being hypertensive gives you the 1 point. So if you're a male here, either you are hypertensive or diabetic, you should be considered. If you're a female and you are hypertensive or diabetic, you are still safe. But if you have both, what it means is that you should also what? You should also be considered. So being a male also makes you a step forward as compared to being a female. So being a male and diabetic, being a male or hypertensive, you should be considered. Being a female and both, you should also be considered. Then if you are 65 years and above and you are hypertensive, that's a risk factor. So those are the conditions that put you at being considered for our brand of Eliquis, which is what? Apixaban, which comes as 12.5 milligram and also 5 milligram. What are the approved indications? It has been approved to reduce the risk of stroke and systemic embolism in patients, as I said, with non-valvular atrial fibrillation. Now, when you say stroke, we have the hemorrhagic stroke and the ischemic stroke. Hemorrhagic stroke, of course, there is a burst in the heart rate also in the brain, and there's a stroke. But when you say ischemic stroke, maybe just as I said, our former pharmacist Lara, there is a blood clot, maybe because of lack of no mobility. Maybe there's hip replacement, or maybe there is a, what do you call it, electric nail replacement surgery. You are being immobile. Then there is a clot, and that clot dislodge. When it dislodge and it's broken down into pieces, it can block the artery. And when it does that, it can lead to stroke. That's what they call ischemic stroke. And for that category of patient, we can prevent that by giving such patient that having condition that can predispose them to having this embolism. Give them apixaban, which is Eliquis. Also for treatment of deep vein thrombosis, also for treatment of pulmonary embolism. To also reduce the risk of recurrent DVT and PE following initial therapy. And also for the prophylaxis of DVT, which may lead to PE in patients who have undergone, as I said, hip replacement surgery. Also for the prophylaxis also. All these treatments, they have different doses. Look at what, because you need to consider efficacy and safety when it comes to the use of Eliquis apixaban. Here, look at the event rate at the left-hand side, and look at what they are doing. When you consider stroke, apixaban, in comparing to warfarin, which is one of the most used anticoagulant, of course, the event rate is higher in warfarin compared to apixaban. When you compare the major bleeding rate, it's higher. When you compare the intracranial bleeding, it's higher. Even the major GI bleeding is also higher. What about the Averroes trial? It also says that when apixaban is compared to aspirin, the event rate is also higher, even with the use of aspirin. And stroke, MI, and death from any cause is higher for a patient that is being placed on aspirin. I've attended so many seminars that cardiologists, they tend to argue. I don't know where they even, what they decide, whether a patient that is hypertensive should be on aspirin, or a patient that's hypertensive, elderly, should be on aspirin, or a patient hypertensive, elderly, and had previous stroke should be on aspirin. You can go and read all this thing up and know which of your patient should be on aspirin. Is it a young adult that is hypertensive, that is not had stroke before, should be on aspirin, or an elderly person? So look at it and see, so that we're able to prevent stroke. However, if you consider such patient that should be on aspirin, I think you should also consider more for Eliquis. Whatever you get more with apixaban. And look at this is dose. Eliquis has a single dosing regimen with high intensity. It's given 10 milligram twice daily for 7 days, and then you can now reduce after 7 days into 5 milligram, which can be given for a long time. Prophylactically, it can be given 12.5 milligram BD, as the case may be. This one still stays to that. You can switch to Eliquis, as I said, morning and night, as the case may be. Dosage should be reduced to 2.5 in some of these patients, age above 80 years, which we know why. Body weight, of course, less than 60 kg. Serum creatinine clearance. But it's important that we look at these particular slides very well. You're talking about the use of apixaban in patients that have renal issue. You agree with me there's a connection between being hypertensive and having renal issue. There's a strong connection. So there's a tendency that some of your patients will eventually have renal issue, and you might have headache on which of the anticoagulants to give such patient. I want to tell you at this point, when you're looking at creatinine clearance, where you begin to look at a benchmark is when the CRCL, it has 50 ml per ml. That's what should be giving you headache. Above the 50 ml per ml, of course, most drugs can be given. But when it's 50 ml per ml, at that point, you should be looking at a benchmark. Which drug will I give this patient? And I want to tell you, for Eliquis, there is no dosage adjustment for such patients, even above 50 ml per ml and below 50 ml per ml. Where you have problem is when dialysis is involved. And at that point, if you look at it, all the anticoagulant is a red mark for them. But before then, when you have a renal patient, if you look at most of the anticoagulants that are being used here, you find that there is need for you to do dosage adjustment. Either dabigatran or rivaroxaban. So most of these things, there is a need for dosage. But for Eliquis, and for this group of patients, there is no need for dosage adjustment. Just as I've said, no need for dosage adjustment. What about switching? In case you want to switch your patient, it's very easy to switch from warfarin to Eliquis. Just monitor the INR, just as Famlara has said earlier. You can also switch. I also round up. Let's have our attention. I also round up. So you can also switch also from other NOA to Eliquis. This, I know it's very tiny, but the switching is very direct. Just initiate the next therapy of Eliquis without doing anything. It's only in warfarin that you need to monitor the INR to ensure that it's less than 2 before you initiate Eliquis. So dosing administration, as I said earlier, for DVT and PA, it is recommended that it should be given at 10 milligram BD for 7 days. Then you can begin with 5 milligram BD orally. But for prevention, it should be given at 2.5 milligram BD, as the case may be. So most of these are some of the concomitant therapies that can be used with Eliquis. I have a precaution for use, contraindication, hypersensitivity, of course, and not recommended in creatinine clearance less than 15 ml per ml. As I said, at that point, it's already required a dialysis, and at that point, it's a red tape, it's a red mark, it's a no-go area. So there is no issue with the use of Eliquis. So I want to now ask us: will you consider both efficacy and safety? Eliquis offer a superior stroke protection and a superior major bleeding profile with the same dose against warfarin. As I said earlier, Eliquis does not significantly increase major GIT bleeding while maintaining superior efficacy with the same dose against warfarin. Eliquis offer a significantly reduced all-cause mortality against warfarin. Benefits a broad range of non-valvular AV patients, as I said earlier, including those with normal renal function, even to severe renal function. Eliquis also provides stable coverage throughout the day with twice daily dose. Eliquis. Thank you very much. I will now hand it like this. Thank you. I will hand it like this. This is our brand of Meronem. Now, if you have an institution that you've not gotten this Meronem, you're a pharmacist, please do. We've done a lot on the price. It's now under NHIS. And the truth of the matter is that let's encourage our doctors. See, gone are those days that ceftriaxone would be the first drug of choice for patients that are on an emergency, or first drug of choice for empirically. Here now, ESBL has become an issue. And when ESBL is involved, third generation cephalosporin will not work for patients. At that point, Meronem should be used empirically. They then take the culture, institute Meronem empirically. When the cultural result comes out, they can now de-escalate. We also have our tazocine. We've launched that also. These are the indications. And also our PrEV now. We've done a lot about vaccine today. I want to say that a patient that is diabetic, a patient that has kidney disease, and these patients well-controlled sugar level, if he died of just pneumonia, it's not a good story. Such patient can be prevented. A patient that is on dialysis, well-controlled, renal is okay, and died of pneumonia, it's not a good story. So any adult that is 18 years and above, just a single dose of Prevnar is covered for a lifetime against pneumococcal infection. I want to say again that thank you very much. My name is Olufemi Ogungbemi. I'm with my colleague Timothy Akinyode. Thank you. So if you have questions, please. Go ahead. Why?
Thank you very much. Okay, before I ask my question, I just want to quickly lend my voice to the fact that for anticoagulants, there's no reason why we should not have it. For us in the obstetric and gynecology units, we don't even joke with the anticoagulants at any point in time because it's like routine. It's prophylactics for all our patients. The CS, the patients that are going for CS, patients that are going for gynecological surgeries is very important. But my question now is that because most times we use for surgery, so we usually use the enoxaparin and co. But most times, by the time our patients are going home, if it is if there is no complications, you know that by, let's say, 4 or 5 days, the patient is being discharged. But over time, I noticed that our patients are not discharged with the oral to go with it. And what we've been told is that because most times it's for prophylaxis, that's what that we're prophylaxing our patients for it. But for the patients that does gynae surgeries, most times it takes a while. And then we now had to start thinking of how to calculate, and where most times sort of we're like the one that is now, should I say, prescribing it. Because by the time the patient is going home and we notice that the patient is not on it and the patient has been in the room for a long time, and because like Farmamolara mentioned, it does not require INR often like the others. So we're the ones that is always telling them to do. But most time calculating how to change, the dose, because now you are dealing with another dose entirely. Depending for the enoxaparin and co, is usually based on weights, but for apixaban, when you oral, I don't know, is there any particular pattern or should I say calculation that should go in? But what we just do is just check the weights, check the regular one, but I'm sure maybe there's still some things that we need to know about the conversion by the time the patient is being discharged on oral. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma, for the question. I will just answer it straight. That's one of the advantage of apixaban. For prophylaxis, is 12.5 milligram BD. That's all. For an adult. So, you want to add to it? 2.5, sorry. I said 2.5, sorry. 2.5 milligram. Then for treatment, is 5 milligram. However, if they want to start the treatment, they can start with 10 milligram BD for 7 days and come down to 5 milligram BD. Then 2.5 milligram prophylaxis. Yes, what you want?
Yeah, thank you very much, Femi. So for DVT, the dose is 10 milligram BD for 7 days. Then we taper down to 5 milligram BD, then maintain on 2.5 milligram twice a day. However, for those patients that are at risk of stroke, developing stroke, so usually based on the risk factors, so if the patient were to be, for instance, older than 80 years, as he has indicated during the course of presentation, such patients will start with 2.5 milligram. And so we don't need to start them with 5 milligram. So, but generally, we start with 5 milligram. When there are risk factors, renal risk factors, we taper down to 2.5 milligram. And for switching between, so if a patient were to be on warfarin, for instance, so the patient will continue on warfarin, and then we stop. So you stop warfarin and measure INR till INR drops to below 2. Then you start Eliquis. However, if it were to be the other way for other DOACs, so you just start on the next dose. So let's say the patient were to be using dabigatran and you want to switch to Eliquis. All you need to do is just the next dose of dabigatran, you give them Eliquis. So there's nothing, no ceremony with that. If it were to be the other way around, say patients, we've started, the patient is now, the creatinine clearance is less than 15, and the patient cannot continue on a DOAC, and you now want to reinitiate the patient on warfarin. So what you do is, while you are giving the Eliquis, you start the warfarin, and then you allow the INR to reach 2 before you discontinue. The basis for monitoring the INR is to ensure that the patient continually enjoys the anticoagulation that you want to achieve in those categories of patients. So for warfarin to work, the INR must be 2 and above. So we need to continue protecting the patient till they reach that 2. So that's why you'll be giving Eliquis while you've given warfarin. Then when the INR is now 2, you stop giving Eliquis. I hope you understand the basis now. So that's if you are moving from Eliquis to warfarin.
Yes. So if it were to be the other way around, you are moving from warfarin to Eliquis, you stop warfarin, then you wait till INR drops to just below 2, then you start with Eliquis. But if it is within DOACs, the low molecular weight heparin, you don't need to do anything. You just start the next dose. So, and you switch immediately. Oh, okay. So for morbidly obese patient, the dose is not weight dependent. So it's 5 milligram or 2.5 milligram, depending on the patient's category.
So, sorry, in summary, not to complicate things, the dose is this. It's 5 milligram for treatment twice daily. For prophylaxis, it's 2.5 milligram twice daily. That is the dose of the drug. As I said earlier, for renal, it does not need dose adjustment, except in dialysis. However, doctors can also, at what? Yes, at stage 5. However, it can also be started at 10 milligram, but it should not exceed 7 days before you bring it down to 5 milligram BD. As I said, there are some cases also you consider, but the dose is 5 milligram BD, then prophylaxis is 2.5 milligram BD. You say what?
Yes, the indication for 10 milligram is DVT and PE, pulmonary embolism, deep vein thrombosis. Well, so when you are treating, for treatment, yes, for treatment, you maintain at 5 milligram BD. So you maintain at 5 milligram BD. Then the doctor, based on the response, you want to maintain for a longer period, then you come down to 2.5 milligram. Yeah, thank you. BD, yes, please. It's twice daily. Thank you.
Thank you, our presenters, and good afternoon or good evening, all. I don't know which one it is now. There have been findings. You know, there's this use of low-dose aspirin to prevent stroke and all forms of embolism. And recently, there have been studies that show that long-term use of aspirin can lead to bleeding from capillaries in the brain, and that could lead to brain damage and a lot of other problems, including paralysis, neurologic problems, and all of that. What is the situation with your anticoagulant use? That is one. Then these days that there are a lot of WhatsApp doctors, pharmacists, and nurses that make recommendations concerning health care. And I have seen a number of videos recommending that people put themselves on high-dose onions and garlic. And we know that this foodstuff, they have their own anticoagulant activity. So are we, especially for community pharmacists and hospital pharmacists, I hope we are putting this in consideration to know what the patient is currently taking, as either in form of herbal medicine or food supplements, as we are starting them on these anticoagulants, so that there won't be a form of synergistic activity between these foods and all of that. So I don't know what advice do you give your patients who are going to be put on these anticoagulant drugs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you can hear me with this. Thank you so much, ma. Let me just start from the second one. The truth of the matter is that pharmacy practice has gone beyond dispensing alone. So clinical pharmacy practice also involve taking patient history. Very, very important. So at the point of seeing this patient, let's be fully involved. Let's understand the patient history. Both the drug they've taken previously, both harbors, for us that have the knowledge of some of these things, as you said, for onion and for garlic. Not everybody is aware that onion has anticoagulant. Not everyone is aware that garlic also has some anticoagulant properties. For those of you that are aware of it, and we know that some of these patients have taken some of these things before, it's very important we look into it. However, if a patient, I showed the chart vascular earlier, if a patient is at a risk of pulmonary embolism, I'm not sure this patient will be able to walk to your premises and say, I want to buy anticoagulant. No, not at that point. This patient will be immobile somewhere, either on the bed, will be somewhere in the hospital. Those patients, they're at risk of coming down with embolism. So those categories of patients definitely will be recommended for apixaban. Now, for the first question that you asked that for aspirin, honestly, I've attended so many cardiovascular summits that, I said when I was presenting, that has become a debate. At one point, do a cardiologist give aspirin to their patient? Because I was in the meeting, a neurologist, a nephrologist, a cardiologist, they were really dragging it out. I also gave my own contribution. Now, the point at which a patient that is hypertensive, initially they believe that hypertensive patients should be on aspirin, irrespective of the age, to prevent embolism. That is normal thing. But most of these patients on low dose aspirin, which is vasopressin, eventually develop even GI ulceration. They are also heart risk, apart from having this bleeding issue. So that is why it's just like being at stage 1. Now you're at the university stage. Apixaban is an improved anticoagulant, NOAC, as compared to what aspirin. If you look at what I showed earlier, all the events that you see with aspirin from the trial is reduced. So any event you see with aspirin, just be rest assured that you will not see such with apixaban. So if a patient is qualified, you are sure that this patient, from the risk factor, which you can also check on your own and read more, from a patient that is on 4 score, maybe it's diabetic, it's hypertensive, is a male, maybe it's I don't had MI before, maybe you have even done ECG and everything is flat. So such patients, you can seek the advice of a cardiologist or from your own knowledge, if you are sure, you can place such patient on apixaban, not on aspirin, because you are aware that this side effect must come up with that kind of patient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's give a round of applause for Pfizer. Pfizer's team has been very wonderful to us this evening. Pharmacist Femi Ogungbemi, pharmacist Omolara. Where's she? Ebitiga, where's she? Okay, she's here. And also pharmacist Timothy. Please stand for recognition. I wanted him to stand so that you see how short the distance from the ceiling is to him. Thanks so much for a wonderful time this evening. We want to appreciate all of our sponsors. We want to appreciate Emzor. We want to appreciate Boscon. We want to appreciate Pfizer. We want to appreciate GSK for the wonderful time they've had and the knowledge that's been imparted this afternoon. Thank you very much. Now, the most important guest here, I want everyone here. No. Sorry, if you lost one ear of your AirPod Oraimo Pro, please pick it up here. Oraimo Pro, if you lost one ear of your AirPods. So I want us together to appreciate the most important guests in this room. So what you will do in appreciating, please put one hand, your right hand on your left shoulder, the second hand on the right shoulder. Thanks for giving yourself a hug. Thank you for being present in this meeting. So thank you for being here until the very end. God bless you and have a wonderful evening. We will see you again tomorrow. Please, let's be on time. We will not wait for you tomorrow. We will start right on time. God bless you. Have a wonderful time.